See, once you have written this, understand, not just it's so now we've written down some places where we think that integrity is suffocating or will rule for us, right? Or any of these four tattvas, where you feel that these are binding you. Have all of you written this down? How many of you have written this down? Nithyananda, Megha Sharma, Maheshwari Kumar Vinayagam, Martina, Nithyananda. Have all of you written this down?
Actually, one of the most important statements Swamiji made when we all are writing this down. Swamiji said, most of the times we think integrity, because we think integrity is more as a moral value, like you have to have good manners, you have to walk, if you have to say please, sorry, thank you, these are all thought as a moral value for us, correct? But as long as you cognize integrity as moral value, you will not see how integrity leads you to Sadashivatva. Integrity makes you manifest Paramashiva inside of you. And as long as you don't see that, you are going to be always using it only as a rule. But as long as thing is a rule, we always tend to break it. And at some point, we will follow the letter but forget the spirit. Swamiji tells beautifully, power manifestation makes you manifest integrity. Most of us think only when I become integrated, I can manifest power. Swamiji said something very beautiful. Swamiji said, only when you manifest powers do you actually become integrated. It works both ways. The more you manifest powers, the more integrated you become. The more integrated you become, the more you manifest powers. It goes hand in hand. That is why as long as you keep integrity as a blinding moral value, something that just is binding you like a rule. If you break the red signal, you have to pay the traffic charge. Even if a road is empty, you stand there, you wait, you don't break the red signal. But it is not out of the right context. Most of us follow it just to not pay fine. You don't speed because there is a speeding limit. But you don't cross the speeding limit. Why? Because a policeman will come and he will stop you and he'll fine you or probably arrest you. Now, why does that happen? Because we only follow it as a moral value. It's a rule. Okay, I should not do it. If I do it, I'm breaking a certain rule. Integrity can never be a rule. If you put integrity as a rule, you'll only find it as a binding principle. Only when integrity becomes your living, your lifestyle, because you want to manifest Paramashiva, when you become integrated, that is when you will experience the real essence of what integrity stands for. And integrity will not be a binding moral value for you. Are all of you understanding? So integrity should always only be something that will again and again align you to your higher definition of yourself, what you cognize as you. So please take a few minutes and pen down all the places. If you have not finished, how many of you have finished writing down? Wherever you feel you have applied these principles as more binding value, integrity and all as a moral value. How many of you have finished writing? If you have finished writing, can you all put done in the chat? Wonderful. Now, in each of those places, that you have written down. All that spots where you feel they are your moral value, binding value, they are all your blind spots, which means you have incompletions in those places. You need to change your very cognitions. You need to complete and manifest this as powerful cognition. Only when you complete, you will realize they are a power. They are not a binding value. If you're feeling because you have to be integrated, you're not able to do something, it is not a restriction on you. It is a power that you have. It's a strength that you have. The way you see it will change completely. Take a few minutes in all those places that you have penned down. Write down the powerful cognition in each place where that with what you're going to break that suffocating pattern inside of you.
Now, with that powerful cognitions from Swamiji, as Swamiji says, it's the powerful cognition that manifests as a power. With those powerful cognitions, let's enter into the power manifestation session. Let's have one more round of moving the object on a silicon. So as we did in the first round, we kept the object in front of us on a silicon device, whether it's a tablet or a phone or our laptop, any silicon device. So now we'll continue with that round for another round of power manifestation. So can I request all the participants to set up the place for the power manifestation? You can use the same object as last time. You can get the deities, some vegetables, fruits that you feel very connected to, and use that for this round of power manifestation. Are we all set up now for this round? So let's start now. As you're doing the power manifestation, just close your eyes and listen to what I'm saying. So if you are more comfortable with looking at the object in front of you with your 3 eyes, you can do that. Or else you can close your eyes and do the power manifestation. Just be in the space of intense listening. Chanta Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Connect to Swamiji. See, power manifestation happens when you are completely established on Swamiji, on Paramashiva. See, power manifestation is a science that happens beyond the length, breadth, and depth. As long as we keep on going back towards length, breadth, and depth, oh, has the object moved? Did the deity move? It moved left, it moved right. That's all again collapsing into matter. Are we all understanding this? How, when you see, when you look, has the deity moved? Has the deity moved? Again, you're separating you and the deity. Every time you decide, if I say now, raise your hand. Everyone raise your hand. It's happening immediately, right? There's not even a second gap. Because that has become your cognition. Now, power manifestation, the powerful cognitions have to become your cognition. Then it will automatically manifest as reality. Our only job is to continuously internalize, and make the higher truths our cognition. Now, what you have to do is you have to completely understand that I am not manifesting here. Whatever you call as you, this body and mind is not the ultimate, right? It's something you own. That's why when the bodies died, we said the person has left and gone. He left the body. It is that Paramashivatva in us reflecting in as our individual consciousness, which is running our life. The more and more we look towards that, recognize that the power manifestation happens. So now as you're doing the power manifestation, again and again, look back. Who is it who's experiencing this? Sit as Paramashiva. Do not just visualize Swamiji or connect to Swamiji. Sit as Swamiji. Let's all start. You can sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Connect to Swamiji. Intensely listen to yourself chanting the Mahavakya. Observe who is it which is experiencing, who is it which is observing everything. Take a video recording or a picture of the whole manifestation so that you are able to verify, you're able to look back and see, yes, the manifestation has happened. Just be unclutched. Let your entire awareness listening beyond Paramashiva on Swamiji. Once the power manifestation has started, you don't need to bother about anything. All adjustments, all manifestation will, we can do it before the start. Once you have started the manifestation, just be in that space of manifesting. When you connect to Swamiji, when you become Swamiji, all his conclusions, his powerful cognitions manifest as your reality. Once you have made the declaration, go away, unclutch completely from anything related to the external world, the sounds, smells, the thoughts that are coming up. Completely unclutch from all of it. Again and again, ground yourself on the Mahavakya. Chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Anything comes up, any thoughts, any emotions, any distractions, Don't feel guilty about it. Don't be like, oh, I missed. No. Just center yourself back on the space of unclutching. Every time, bringing yourself back to the center of the tornado, which is the center of it, but it's untouched by anything happening. Everything revolves around it, but it is untouched. You can connect to Swamiji as the beautiful darshans happening. You can connect to your Ishta Devata, any deities that you feel connected to. Not just as a visualization, you physically becoming that deity and sitting. As you're chanting the Mahavakya, listen to the one who is chanting it. You can sit without any movement in your body. Just sit straight and don't let any restlessness, any movement come. Sit absolutely still. Reflect that stillness of the body as the stillness of the inner space. Just disengage. Whatever happens, let it happen. But be unclutched. the more and more you establish yourself in the manifestation as Paramashiva is manifesting my reality. Whatever he wants to show me will happen. He is the one who has asked me to sit. Swamiji says, when I ordain, I sustain. Krishna says, Yoga Kshemam Vahamyaham. For the one who completely is thinking of me, Ananyas Chintayantoham, the one who eternally is engaged in contemplation of me, I protect what he has and give him what he doesn't. Let's all now relax. You can check back, look how the manifestation has happened. Take another picture, another video. Okay, once you have verified, you can post how the manifestation has happened. Every time you have a cognition shift, post it and you will see how that cognition shift manifests as powers. Now we're going to be entering into the next session of what's the difference and the understandings of I and mine. The way you define yourself matters a lot, Swamiji says. Discovering who that real I is. Swamiji says, I is the name of God. That individual consciousness is actually a reflection of Paramashiva. But we define it through many other ways based on mind. Based on, I own this body, so I am the body. I own this wealth, so I am rich, etc. So let's now hear the higher powerful cognitions from Swamiji on I and mine.
The reason for enmity, please understand. Biggest delusion you need to handle in life is there is something other than you. Underquote, there is something other than you. Everything exists is you. If you feel there is something other than you, that is delusion. Handling the delusion is very important. For that, you need to know what or whom you feel as other than you and why you feel that or them as other than you. Please understand. If a bamboo is thrown in the Ganga and the bamboo is floating, it looks like Ganga is become two now, right side, left side. But Ganga never became two. The bamboo makes Ganga look like two. It is always our enmity that makes your conscious Ganga to look you and other. Understand? Digest Advaita more and more into your thinking. Digest Advaita more and more into your words. Digest Advaita more and more in your actions. Every simple digestion means even if you make a very simple decision, I will not use the word I and mine in my words, in my speak. When I speak in my speech, I'll use only the word we, us. Even this simple decision will go on be reminding you, if you take it from the context of oneness. If you take this simple decision from the context of oneness, even this simple decision will go on be reminding you the Advaita. It will go on be reminding you the Advaita. You are all taught wrongly. Arrogance is ego. Showing off is ego. Ego is aggression. No. I want all of you to realize, please understand, showing off, aggression, activism is not or cannot be thou hold into the concept of ego. That is not the definition which can solve your problems. I'll tell you from the vision of Paramashiva what is ego precisely. Ego is self-beating mechanism, the stick with which you constantly beat yourself, put you down through your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. Constant SDHD bonding gum is what I call lust, and the frequency with which you use that is ego. Second important thing, I, the identity I is not the source of mine, but mine is the source of I. This delusion, listen carefully. The truth is, I is not the source of mine, mine is the source of the I. This is the truth. The real I you have, it is from Paramashiva. The I you experience is from mine. But due to the delusion of the lust, you start feeling the mine is from I and constantly legitimize decisions of the mind as the decisions of the I. Please understand. Decisions of the mind, when you associate that as the decisions of I, you have fallen into delusion. For example, some small chemical imbalances in your body, hormonal imbalances in your system, if they decide something, it is decisions of mine, not decisions of I. But you pick those decisions and attribute them to you and start thinking it is decisions of I, then you execute it. That delusion The decisions of mind getting attributed to decisions of I. Decisions of mind becoming part of the decisions of I. Decisions of mind due to the lust gets attached and made to feel experience as decisions of I. I tell you, this is the worst shade of the lust. Worst shade of the lust is not the body's attachment or craving for another body or person. The worst shade of the lust is the actions and reactions of the mind being portrayed to you as the actions and reactions of the I due to the extreme attachment, lust between mind and I. Listen carefully. Shanti means able to see the gap between what is the instinct of the I and what is the instinct of the mind. That is Shanti. Able to see inside your inner space. The thoughts generated in you, are they from mind or are they from I? Always the I realizes and releases only powerful cognitions. Always mind realizes and raises only powerless cognitions. It's an eternal law of life. Ability to see the gap is Shanti. Inability to see the gap is Moga. The I and mind, these two are the root of all your incompletions. I and mind. People always think the I comes first and then mind happens. No. Mind comes first, then I happens. Based on whatever you cognize as yours, you cognize who you are. Listen. Based on whatever you cognize as yours, based on that you cognize you. Many times the yours, that mind, becomes the source of I. So if you give away all of them, the incompletions also will disappear. You will evolve a new I which can be reinvented, which can be rebuilt based on completion. I tell you. Poor man is a man who has never seen poverty even once in life. Understand? I am defining who is poor man. Poor man is a man who has never seen poverty even once in life. Because this country has already suffered in poverty. We are not understanding the richness it can cause. Please listen. I am not promoting poverty. All I am trying to tell you is, even once, if you have not realized poverty, you will not have the free space in your being to reinvent yourself. That is why in the science of enlightenment, at one point you have to break, renounce everything, be in the street empty-handed, till that you don't own anything. Nothing can be the reason for your cognition of I. Your I has to be just dependent on I. The mind cannot be the foundation ground for I. For that understanding to sink in, at least 1 year in your life, you should have been empty-handed, nothing, without anything. No relationship, no friends, no money, nothing. I tell you that 1 year will give you the strength to reinvent who you are. And I can tell you, 9 years of my accepted poverty, self-imposed poverty, not imposed on me forcibly. I may not want to say my Purvashram family is rich, but they are decent. They were able to provide food and clothes and shelter for me. That much they are able to do. But when I renounced all of that, and family, friends, all the known contacts, everything, that 9 years of self-imposed poverty gave me tremendous space to reinvent myself and rebuild the new I from the space of completion. Because of mine, you build I. When that mine is taken away, the I can just be rebuilt. Many people come and tell me, rich guys, filthy rich guys, Swamiji, there was a time I declared bankruptcy. I did not even have food. This scene which I am describing will be a typical part of all big rich guys. There was a time I declared bankruptcy. I did not have anything. There was no friends to help me, nobody to support me. I was homeless. I was begging and eating in the streets. I tell you, that part of the life is a blessing. They may not know, but that is the blessing. Because that is the time when mine is taken away, I melts down, all the incompletions disappear. You will have an inner space where you can reinvent and rebuild yourself from the space of completion. Biggest delusion you need to handle in life is there is something other than you. Underquote, there is something other than you. Everything exists is you. If you feel there is something other than you, that is delusion. Handling that delusion is very important. For that you need to know what or whom you feel as other than you and why you feel that or them as other than you. Please understand, if a bamboo is thrown in the Ganga and that bamboo is floating, it looks like Ganga is become two now, right side, left side. But Ganga never became two. The bamboo makes Ganga look like two. It is always our enmity that makes your conscious Ganga to look you and other. Tena tyaktena bunjidam akrita kasya sridhanam. Celebrating everything by renouncing everything. Isha vashyam mitam sarvam. Yatkincha jagatyan jagat. Tena tyaktena bunjidam akrita kasya sridhanam. Kurvanne vega jijivishecha daggo sadaha. Whatever is, by renouncing, celebrate it. By renouncing the idea of I and mine, celebrate whatever is. A sublime poet, Isha Vashyam Idagum Sarvam, Yatkincha Jagatyan Jagad, Tena Tyaktena Munjita Makrida Kasya Sviddanam. What a subtle, sublime truth. See, everything exists, is energy. Stop identifying as I and mine with something separate. Renounce this I and mine and be liberated and celebrate and enjoy everything exists. Are just remembering this verse, without food and water and sleep, I can spend days together. When methods are given, you ask for the gist. When conclusions are given, you ask for the method. It's a human mind. Ishavasya Upanishad gave all the conclusions. Ishavasyam idam sarvam yatkincha jagatyan jagad tena tyaktena bunjita makrida kasya sviddanam. All conclusions. Ishavasyam idam sarvam, the conclusion about the universe, the life image you need to have. Ishavasya midam sarvam yatkincha jagatyan jagat tena tyaktena vanjita makrida kasya sviddanam. Means the second statement is the conclusion, the relationship you need to have with the universe. Everything is part of you, be part of it. Not having an individual I and mine, celebrate the whole. The whole Ishavasya Upanishad, if you see, conclusions, that's all. Conclusions. If you just pick up the conclusions declared by Ishavasya Upanishad and start living, cognizing, you are done. Nothing more need to be done. You are a Jivan Mukta. But you don't do it with that simplicity, in that simple way. You ask for a method. How everything is God. How? Then comes the answer from Upanishad. The Kenopanishad. Kenopanishad is a powerful thought current. I should say thought currents, because few more are presented in this. Powerful thought currents. The first thought current presented in Kenopanishad is seeking. Keneshitam padati preshitam manakena prana pratama praiti yuktaha keneshitam vachamimam vadanti chakshushrotram kavu Devo Yunakti. By whom, willed and caused, does the mind go towards its object? What a question. Just by the strength of the question, you know the person who is in front of you is a seeker or poker. are just an empty cooker. By whom? Keneshitam patati preshitam mana kena prana pratama praiti yuktaha. By whom willed and caused does the mind go towards its object? By whom directed and united with which does the first vital life energy, the chief cause, comes forth towards its activities? At whose will does the speech gets activated and speaks? Enlivened and directed by what luminous divine power? Indeed, do the eyes and ears engage in their functions. Understand? The moment you remember you, what all you perceive as part of you, start questioning them. Start questioning them. Questioning, putting questions about those basic things. Putting questions about those basic things is seeking. Don't assume anything. Understand? The more and more you assume, more and more it shows your ignorance. People who ask answer for their questions are fools. People who understand when I question their answers are the most intelligent beings. Understand, I do two things when people come with question. Sometime I give answers to their questions. Sometime I question their answers. When you put a question, you have certain answers in that question. You have certain conclusions. Based on those conclusions, you put the question. I question those conclusions. I question those answers you have. Understand? I am defining seeking. Seeking is having questions without any assumptions as foundation. Non-assumption questions, non-assuming questions is seeking. All of us are completely connected in the space of oneness. I am not saying all of us are one. All of us are in the space of oneness. All of us are in the space of oneness. If you see goodness from outside, you are in the space of completion inside. If you see bad things outside, you need to complete inside. Let every decision you make, let every thought you entertain, every word you utter, every action you do, let it be based on Advaita. let it be completely based on Advaita. Understand, living Advaita means your self-drive, your inspiration, your energy, your experience, your intelligence, everything operates from Advaita, from the truth and fact, sacred secret of the oneness. All of us are interconnected. We are all not islands. These are all fundamental truth. I tell you, when you start unclutching, KAILＡSA experiences the joy, bliss of your unclutching.
Nithyananda, session beautifully on I and mind. What comes first? Swamiji had explained that to us very, very elaborately. Swamiji had explained to us, and Swamiji also explained to us about how we operate from what is the core from which we operate, and a lot of powerful cognition. I know today, learning about the science of power manifestation, learning about the cognitions we operate from. See, ego is self-beating mechanism, a stick with which you constantly beat yourself, put yourself down to your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, and constant STHD bonding gum. Like it's just constantly happening inside of us, this is boiling inside of us. So Swamiji explained these very, very beautifully to us. I request all of you to take a few minutes and type out what you have understood. Come on, take a few minutes and type it down. Okay, Magitanjali Khanna has asked a beautiful question. Sorry, Magitanjali, I just saw your message. I think you've asked this a while ago. So you've asked, Ma, I have a tendency to lock horns with defaulter at work. It's to be solved diplomatically, but I lock into people's eyes and talk, and this is not secure. How do I maintain integrity without getting scared? Ma, Gitanjali Khanna, if you're listening, could you please give me a thumbs up? If you're able to hear me clearly, please can you give me a thumbs up? Gitanjali Khanna. Okay. See, listen carefully. I think your video is frozen. You can message also, Ma Gitanjali Khanna. If you're able to hear me, you can even put a message saying, yes, you're able to hear me, because for me, your video is frozen. See, first and foremost thing, maintaining integrity does not mean you having to deal with someone in a way how you think is righteous. For example, you may think that, look, no, I'm just being straight to them. I'm just wanting to be straight and tell what I feel. I don't want to be very diplomatic. You don't need to be diplomatic, because the moment we use the word diplomacy, we start coming to a thinking that, okay, I need to be something inside and be something else outside. No, there is no necessity for it. You can genuinely be complete inside. So why do you think you have a tendency to lock horns with someone? That's only because you are getting agitated by someone who's defaulting at work. Like you have a tendency, you feel that, hey, you know what you're doing is not right. So I don't feel what you're doing here is something right, and I'm getting triggered by it, and then I react. So that is where this tendency is going to come from. Am I right? Now, you don't need to actually deal this situation in this manner. You can still maintain integrity and still not be in a situation where you need to lock horns with another person. You don't need to get into a conflict with another person. You don't need to be someone else outside for this. You don't need to be having the grudge inside you and try to be, you know what, I just feel like this, trying to sugarcoat our words. We don't need to be that. You can still be integrated, but like you're asking, how do we do that? Understand. First and foremost thing, inside of you, what is getting triggered? Look into that. Why is something external triggering inside of you? Complete the trigger that is happening first. Second, from the space of completion, look at the situation of how you can address it in a way that you can address just the issue. Swamiji says very beautifully, whenever you're stuck with any problem, do not see the cause of it as a person. Put the whole thing on the issue. Only when you focus your energy on the issue will get resolved. Otherwise, when you focus your energy on a person, you only get into conflict with the person. Never do that where you're going to having to get conflict with that person. Instead, shift it to dealing with a person, where dealing with a situation, and see how the situation can be resolved. Are you understanding, Ma? So take a few minutes and let me know, if you are able to understand this. Nithyanandam, Maitreyanandaya, and Raj Guna, and Stephanie Daitiers. Nithyanandam, nice to see many of you joining us on YouTube. Kindly let me know who all are here right now listening to us live, and if any of you have any questions, feel free to post your questions in the live chat. Nithyanandamma, Jnana Vijnana Priya, Agama Priya, Samuel, all the participants who is watching us live through YouTube, kindly let us know if you have any questions too. Now, Swamiji explained to us elaborately on this I and mind. How does I and mind work? How the I does not come first. The mind, what we feel as mind, that comes first.
And just to add to this, most of the times, what we define as I, all of you just, what are the way, like, let's say, let me ask you all a question. If I have to ask you all to define yourself, like, what are you? How will you all define yourself? Can each of you define yourself? Like, if I were to ask you, tell me about yourself. What are the attributes that you define yourself with? Can I request everyone to post in the chat? Like, the way you describe yourself. Can I request every one of you to post in the chat? Can I request each of you to describe? Please post in the chat. However you will describe. When I ask you, if someone asks you, okay, tell me about yourself. Not necessarily. Ma Prithvi Prasad, it could be anything. It's not just about physical attributes. Just how you would define yourself. It could be even, sometimes you may even describe yourself based on your physical attributes, or sometimes it will be the qualities. Each of you might have a different, so I cannot give like a template. But if you were to describe yourself to someone, let's say someone has not seen you and you have to describe yourself to them, or someone does not know about you. Okay, my Jenny Tran has posted. Come on, everyone. Everyone is laughing as if you're asked to write an exam. Come on, you're all just going to describe yourself. Don't get scared. Just post however you would describe yourself. Come on, Ma Nithya. If someone asks you about yourself, fearful, unfriendly, okay, and come on, everyone else? Ma Tatiana, Ma Geetanjali, Ma Jnana Pradayini, Ma Nitya Prema, Ma Susan, Ma Grazina Maria. Every one of you post. How will you describe it? How will you describe yourself? See? Okay, great. I see many of you have posted. Most of the times, all of our definitions about ourselves, we define based on the attributes of what we have. Because I'm a good singer, because I have a lot of wealth, I am wealthy. Because I have a lot of people, I am friendly. Okay, now let me ask you the second part of the question. Ma Prithvi Prasad, you have also posted, I'm bold and independent girl. Okay, now based on what do you give that definition? What makes you define yourself? Don't feel she's feeling shy. Come on, every one of you defining yourself. Ma Alicia T, what makes you feel you're friendly? Spiritual being. Okay. Ma Jennifer, what makes you feel a spiritual being? Ma Tanja Devarne. Ma Jennifer Poirier, it depends on the context. Okay, let me tell you. Like, imagine I'm going to ask you to explain yourself to a person who doesn't know you, or you're going to introduce yourself somewhere. How will you introduce yourself? The definition that you carry about yourself. How do you define yourself to people? Ma Priyatma Surupini is saying, think it's based on the situation. You remind me of a joke that Swamiji always tells. One guest goes to his friend's house and he sees his young son, and he asks his son, "Oh, you're so sweet. What's your age?" The son says, "I am normally 7 years old, but when I go in the bus alone, I'm 5 years old." Your introduction can't be based on the situation. Just for getting the extra free ticket, the mom makes the child tell he's 5 years old. It should not be like that. Normally, what definition do you carry? Okay, each of you have posted so many different things. Now explain what makes you feel that way about you. Why do you think you're a bold person? Why do you think you're a friendly person? Correct. Okay, so since Ma Prithvi Prasad has posted first, I'll just read out hers itself, if you're okay, Ma. So you have posted that I told I'm bold because I was told I'm very timid and only found that I'm not. Independent girl because I was told to be dependent on someone all the time because I'm a girl again and again. And I grew up to be the opposite of it. Okay. Now, Ma Alicia T has posted from the reaction or facial expression shown from others. Undecisive is, I feel, struggle in making the decision. Okay.
And Samuel Higaman, I see your message on the YouTube. I request if you can be a little more clear. You're saying caring very much about making others go towards Hinduism. Singer, artistic, caring very much about being Hindu. Good, but go a little more deeper. A little more about deeper level cognitions. What do you think when you're all alone by yourself? How do you feel about you? What's the cognition you carry about you? Take a few minutes and try going deeper and write that down.
And even in what each of you have posted, even Samuel Hegemanaya and every one of you, see, the moment you're asked to define yourself, our first definitions of ourselves, the attributes that we give to ourselves, always comes from what you cognize as mine. The way you define your I, you are telling you're a bold girl because you feel what People tell based on what you cognize as mine. Something outside gives you that tag of you're bold, you're intelligent. As long as you feel that the person living around you is not earning and giving you the money, you are able to earn yourself, it makes you feel you're independent. As long as you feel that you are not very shy, or you can go and stand on your decision by yourself, it makes you feel you're bold. All of you see 100%, every single person. I'm seeing all of your messages, not just Ma Prithvis, Ma Marva, Madonna, Ma Alicia, and in all these rooms, Samuel Hegemanaya, and Ma Priyatma Swarupini, Ma Herilyn Gomez, Ma Jennifer Poyrer, each of you, Ma Ely, every one of you have posted, you're a seeker, this, that, and each of you have given based on what, and most of you have also put it depends based on the person that I'm telling. Most of the times, the tags you give yourself are always based on your mind. Your mind is defining your I. As long as your mind is defining the I, when that mind is removed, your I gets shaken. Please understand very carefully. The moment you lose your job, your definition of yourself as independent will be shaken. The moment you lose your voice, the definition of you being a singer, excellent singer, will be shaken. The moment you lose something where you build your definition of intelligence, your I will be shaken. Swamiji, this is one of the most beautiful definitions. We would have never cognized it this way at all. Till the time Swamiji told, I never ever understood it this way. But the moment I cognized it, I was like, oh my God, so true. Why do people fall into depression? If you've seen so many celebrities and actors, once they reach their heights of fame, but even one small movie goes into a flop, they all get into the mode of suicides, and so many things happen. Why? Because 100% of us, all of us, build our I based on our mind. My people celebrate me, so I'm a celebrity. Once I remember Swamiji said, one of the sannyasis had told, like, when Swamiji was supposed to go to a place, there was so much of crowd and people were standing there and for selfies and everything. So they were like, they said Swamiji is a celebrity. Swamiji said, I am not a celebrity. I celebrate my existence. Cosmos celebrates my existence. And that is why people celebrate them, the whole existence around me. Like that, Swamiji said, celebrity is too shallow a word, because as long as people attribute that to you, you define yourself. As long as people follow you on Instagram, you feel you're popular. As long as people keep telling you, I love you, you feel you're loved. As long as you don't, based on some situation, you have defined yourself, and understand all of these are shaky ground. The moment one person, let's say if you have defined yourself as a very independent person, the moment you lose the source of which makes you feel independent, like your job, you're going to fall into depression. Your identity about you being independent will be shaken.
Actually, I remember a recent news I read, wherein a couple who they had built their entire Instagram profile showing about how loving couples they were, and some issue over one of them got more followers than the other, and they went into such a conflict. They divorced each other, and one of them killed the other person. So it's like, so the kind of, I know, I was shocked. I couldn't even believe that, like, is it even possible? But unfortunately, when we are grounding ourselves on such shaky ground, you see, here's where mind is forming the I. When they feel, as long as their relationship was defined based on their relationship, it was all good. But when that mind changed to how they project themselves based on the likes they're getting on a social media platform, based on the number of followers they're having on a social media platform, then that became their source of mind, meaning feelings is mind. And from there, when they started building their identity, I, when this mind was shaken, it led to them doing something so cruel, something unthinkable of. Understand, this is extreme. But unfortunately, in our life, in many areas, we take such extreme decisions, fall into extreme, we just crash down on extreme levels when the ground on which we are grounding ourselves is shaky. How many of you have seen kids playing with these cards where they build like a pyramid? You take these playing cards, you stack it up. It's like you get certificates. Oh, I'm a good mother. I'm a good sister. I'm a good daughter. I'm a good friend. I'm a good colleague. I'm a good brother. I'm a good husband. I'm a good wife. You get these certificates from your spouse, from your father, from your mother, from your boss, from your colleague, from your friend. You collect all that and build an identity of yourself and make a beautiful pyramid structure with all those playing cards. You get all these and make it. What will happen even if one fellow just pulls one card out? You just collapse. Like the whole thing just collapses. Am I right? I mean, see, that's how Swamiji will say, right? Like, you just, if, like, we are so unstable. Even if one smile doesn't come from your spouse, enough. You go through 100 times divorce messages in your head. You go through again 200 times patch up, and you go through so much of a thing. Just even not even a smile. Just one message didn't come from your spouse. As soon as you sent a message, poor guy would have been stuck in traffic or been talking something else there. But see, that's what happens when we are grounding ourselves. I'm just giving that as an example for fun, but we need to map it in our lives in different dimensions and see. Like all of us do that. We need to understand how the ground on which we are grounding ourselves is too important. It's quite shaky.
How many of you are actually seeing when you all posted the definition of I? How many of you are seeing it is derived from because of something external? How many of you are understanding that your I is defined by the mind? Can you all post the chat? How many of you are catching it? Yes. Understand, as long as, beautiful. Okay. As long as you define your I based on the mind, it can be shaken. You're always on that insecurity. That is why you constantly seek for attention or acknowledgement from the outside. As long as you are having the definition of I on the mind, you go around asking people to validate it. Isn't it? That's why we all ask people to validate us, right? We all wait for people to tell us that we are intelligent. We feel happy when people acknowledge that. Why? Because our mind defines the I. So you want to make sure, fundamentally at our very core, we all build ourselves on insecurity. We all always say, oh, okay, let someone tell me. Let people tell me, even if you think you are a loner, you just like to be by yourself, you hate people, even that certificate you want to get from people. You want to fit into people's definition. All of us at our very core are like that. You know why? Because fundamentally we all live in that insecurity of people should not withdraw that certificate. Then your mind is collapsing. But if your mind collapses, your I will collapse. That is why Swamiji beautifully tells the only thing that is unshakable is your existence. The moment you start defining yourself based on your consciousness, the Paramashivatva in you, whatever happens outside, your way of operating will be completely reversed. Right now, what you're saying, oh, because I have 100 people or 500 people following me, liking my photo, I feel I'm loved. Because I have my spouse who's constantly supporting me, who's taking care of me, I feel I'm loved. Or because I'm going to a job and I can pay my own money, I am independent. Instead, change it. Instead, operate it from the other way around. Because you are Paramashiva, who is love in itself, you are overflowing with that love. Whether someone from outside is adding to it or not, your existence of love is not touched. Understand, it is not some motivational thinking. It is not some positive thinking. These are all facts. Unfortunately, society only teaches us temporary motivational thinking, positive thinking, and all that. It's a crap because that is not really going to help you. 5 minutes it'll give you motivation. After that, what happens? Again, you fall back into the same thing. Consciously revisit. Each of you see, so many things of yours defines your I. That ego is a self-beating mechanism, the stick with which you constantly beat yourself. You keep putting yourself down. It's not just for giving the good definitions, even the bad definitions. And many times, based on your ups and downs, your I gets shaken also. That is why you go through so much of confusion and chaos inside of you. Every time you decide your I based on the mind, you are putting your leg on the slippery rock. What in Tamil it's called a sarukku pare. Means you will just put it and you will slip. And we are standing on that and expecting stability. How will there be any stability? Just look into your life. Can each of you pen down what are all the I that you're defining based on the mind? It is not just good things, sometimes even bad things, because people don't like you. You feel people don't like you. You feel that I am lonely. Just because people didn't appreciate your creativity, you feel I am unintelligent. Or just because you're getting enough money, you feel you are wealthy. All of these definitions that you've given yourself based on outside situations. Can each of you write down? Revisit, look back, contemplate on all the associated decisions of mind based on the I. Please pen that down. Look back into your life and pen down. each time that you have defined your I based on the mind, look back. Identify all these times, all these definitions. Now, all the perceived parts of you, all the declarations and decisions that you have made about you based on your mind, consciously replace it from the other way around. Define yourself: because I am Paramashiva, I am blissful. Because I am Paramashiva, I am love itself, so I am loved. Every part of definition that you have given, rephrase it from the powerful cognition of you being Paramashiva. Revisit all the definitions you've written down now and define each of them with the cognition that I am Paramashiva. I request every one of you to pen down. Yes. Now, if you all have written down, please relax. How many of you finished writing? Could you all please put done in the chat? Yes. Have you all finished writing? Please, could you all put done in the chat if you're all done? Do not skip this exercise. It's a very, see, today all of you are learning about being your own boss. So, this is a very, very important session which will set the fundamentals for you to learn, for you to understand this. How many of you are still writing? Looks like some of you are still writing. How many of you are still writing? Okay. Ma Jayanti is still writing. Okay, Ma. I request you to finish a little faster. Oh, Ma Susan is also still writing. Okay. I'll give you all a few more minutes. Let's make it a little bit faster. Please finish writing so that you all don't miss the session. Finish writing this. Ma Hogs is saying, finally understand who is the boss. You are the boss. You are the boss of your life and you have all the power in your hands. You are the decision makers because inside you is the real boss, Paramashiva. Now, in the same space, please relax. Let us all enter into the power manifestation session. Now, you are Paramashiva. Because you are Paramashiva, you will manifest. Not because you are manifesting, you are Paramashiva. Okay? With that conscious will, can I request every one of you to get a silicon device? See, today we are going to be learning how to manifest power over the silicon device, which means you can literally charge or operate a phone, everything through your third eye. So before we enter into that, I request you all to keep a silicon surface in front of you. You're going to be manifesting this power. Just by chanting Mahavakya, you're going to be moving any object on the silicon surface. Come on, please start. Keep any deity, anything, Atmalinga, Swamiji's image, anything can be on a silicon surface. You're literally going to be moving it just through your power of your conscious will. Please chant the Mahavakya. That's only it's only 21 minutes. Just spend that 21 minutes time and you can simply manifest.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahamahavagya puts me in samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Mahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Please relax.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, as each of you are manifesting this power of moving the matter over the silicon, we're all going to be entering into the next session where we will be learning about the awakening of leadership consciousness in us. How we are going to be manifesting, awakening our inner space to be able to manifest anything that we want, manifesting the powers through the conscious choice. Let us listen to the revelations now.
let me give an introduction about what is Shaktipada process. Please understand. You would have seen or heard about how the chicken sits on the egg and hatches. Of course, in the modern countries, this does not happen. Machine sits on the egg and or egg sits on the machine. In those days, originally when hens and chicken were getting produced on the planet Earth, the hen used to sit on the chicken and hen used to sit on the egg, and the chicken will come out of the egg. See, same way, Sadashiva sitting means the ultimate cosmic energy sitting on the individual soul and making the individual soul into cosmic energy is Shaktipada. Hen sitting on the egg and making the chicken happen, same way. You may think, how come, what is going on here? That hen is only sitting just by the body heat of the hen, the egg is becoming chicken. Because no surgery is done and nothing goes inside. It's only sitting. Same way, it is just sitting. It's only the presence, the Shaktipada. Listen carefully. I am not saying all reactions are wrong, but I am saying all actions are right. Understand, all actions are right, but I am not saying all reactions are wrong. Running away from snake is a reaction but not wrong. Running away from fire is a reaction but not wrong. All actions are right, but all reactions are not wrong. I am literally rewiring your brain. That is why you feel, oh God, what is going on? Today, every statement I uttered, if you contemplate, you will develop a thoroughly new neurology. So you can perceive the reality as it is. Delusions, Maya, need to be handled with nuclear bomb, not with a surgical instruments. No. It need to be demolished, not surgery performing. No. When I am building a new neurology, that will be done almost like a surgery performance, surgery precision. Not 1 inch this side, 1 inch that side. But when the delusion need to be removed, it's a nuclear bomb. Just drop and destroy the whole area. So that's what I'm doing. Listen carefully. If you are not liberal in your actions, you don't have heart. Means you are not alive. People who are very conservative in their actions are called traditional Vedantis. Already dead, waiting to be buried. Already dead, waiting to be buried. There are many people roaming around with that board actually. Unfortunately, unseen board, only I can see. Like Harishchandra's wife's Mangal Sutra. You know, Harishchandra's wife Chandramati, she got a boon. Her Mangal Sutra will be seen only by Harishchandra, not by anybody else. So if somebody recognizes her Mangal Sutra, she knows it is Harishchandra. Like that, how Harishchandra's, Chandramati's Mangal Sutra can be recognized only by Harishchandra, only I can recognize that board. Dead, waiting to be buried. Dead 7 years ago, waiting to be buried. Lived only 7 years, waiting to be buried. Even dead 7 years ago, waiting to be buried is a decent board. Lived only 7 years and waiting to be buried is the worst boards. But I have seen enough of these boards. People moving around. In action be liberal means adding more and more depth to you. Understand? Listen, I am making another important statement. A man who celebrates more and more right depth cognitions which makes him do actions is celebrity. Who has amazing depth cognitions in him in large quantity, they make him do actions without repenting. His actions are celebrated. That man lives a life as celebrity. Add more cognitions in your depth. Encourage actions. In actions, be liberal. In your reactions means going cranky, crazy, berserk, chaos, weird. I can read out the whole dictionary. Lusu, cuckoos, Dumbo, Jimbo Mumbo. I can go on. When you are planning to go cranky, dash, 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 be conservative. Have lot of sensor scales. Is this situation really wants me to go cranky? Is this situation really wants me to go crazy? Is this situation really in need of me getting overwhelmed? Is this really demanding that I should get stressed? Only then things can happen. Understand? Every time you get stressed, you wash your neurology with the pitta layer, which takes almost 2-3 hours of bliss to remove the effect. I should say at least 2 hours of bliss, Shaktipada, is required of one stroke of stress. So be very conservative in letting the reactions take over you. The compulsive behavior patterns. Be very conservative about compulsive behavior patterns taking over you. Understand? Unfortunately, when it comes to compulsive behavior patterns taking over you, you are very liberal. When it comes to the actions, you are very conservative. You have 2000 scales, 2000 no entry board, no exit board, and no parking board. No parking, no entry, no exit, U-turn. U-turn is frustration. No entry is depression. No parking is suicidal. At least U-turn, no entry and all can be tolerable. But what will you do if there is a no parking signal inside you? Then where to park? At least for parking, you need a place. With this no parking only, the suicidal tendencies start. Understand in your existence and action, functionality of your neurology with the reality, you are too conservative, orthodox. Thousands and thousands of stoppages. Education means fundamentally breaking your restrictive patterns and manifesting your highest possibilities. Understand? Education does not end when you leave school. Uneducated are those who are educated only in school. Uneducated are those who are educated only in school. Poor man is a guy who has only money. Definition of poverty. Man is poor if he has only money. Uneducated are those who are educated only in schools. Life is education. As long as you breathe, education continues, continues, continues. Education continues, continues, continues. I tell you, it's only by education you keep yourself alive. It is education which makes you a mystical being. One of the Guruji told me personally, I don't read books at all. Then why don't you die? Good for planet Earth and for your disciples. There's nothing to be proud about. I don't read books at all. Hey, there are thousands and thousands of people are listening to your stupidity. Whatever you vomit, why don't you just freshen up yourself? Be in tune with what is happening with the outer world. It is like doctor telling, I don't read modern medical journals. I just do what I learnt in 1962. Will you lie down on the table? If you lie down, you will not get up. That sting on that kind of doctors. KAILÄSA. KAILÄSA and KAILÄSA. Understand? Integrity to your brand and updating yourself with what is happening in the field, in your chosen field, is cute, not ignorance. Ignorance pre-declared does not become intelligence. Understand? Ignorance declared by the self before your discovery does not mean he is intelligent. Of course, the moment he opens his mouth, everyone understands he neither reads nor thinks. But he himself declares, I don't read books, does not make him intelligent. It's not cute. Then don't do this profession. Get lost. There are many professions where you don't need to be updated about yourself and your field. To express every thought current, please understand, a doctor is a thought current, a lawyer is a thought current, economist is a thought current, engineer is a thought current. Every field is a thought current. Politics is thought current. Religion is thought current. Each religion is a thought current. Each society has a thought current. Being updated about what is happening in that thought current in the society as on now, so you can decide your stand, and feeling empowered by the thought current. When I say feeling empowered by the thought current, I don't mean accepting. Whether you accept or reject, you need to know the thought current. Only then you will be empowered by the thought current. Is education. If you are an auditor, you should know in that field what is happening current. If you are a doctor, you should know what is happening in that field current. If you are a lawyer, you should know what is happening in that field current. What is happening in that field current and getting empowered by the updations of the current thought current is education. Thanks to internet revolution, education is simple now. Very simple. The moment you know what you want to know, you can know at the rate of thought current, literally no cost. Communication and education at the speed of thought current, at zero rate, is already achieved. Zero cost is already achieved. It's time for humanity to evolve itself and upgrade itself, update itself. Understand, if you want to retain the trust of your clients, customers, beneficiaries, you need to be integrated to the updation of the thought current you are living. Unfortunately, education lost this context. Education has lost this context. Education has become so unscientific and infrastructured system. Advaita will give you legitimate answers about the existence and you. will bring legitimacy to your existence. Kids need to be brought up with the foundation of Advaita. Advaita grounds you. It just grounds you. I tell you. Ground yourself in Advaita. No one can cheat you or exploit you. Upanishad should be taught in all schools. The fundamental truths of Upanishads. A kid, whether he wants just a candy or he is thinking of his future vision, everything he should be grounded on Advaita and cherish and plan. He will be amazingly grounded, I tell you. Advaita makes you loved and wanted with this existence. It will make you feel you are wanted, you are loved, you are cherished. You have a legitimate right to exist. Because you are still able to feel you exist, you are wanted to be exist. If you still feel you exist, your existence is wanted and celebrated. I tell you, the most important thing a child should have is getting grounded on the existence, the legitimacy of his existence. You see, a child, when he goes through a physical maturity, the biggest thing he will go through, that kid, male or female, will go through is, why am I alive? What is my purpose? Why am I existing? What am I going to do? This why. Understand that why cannot be answered by one answer. That can only be answered by something with which the child grinds himself or herself. I've seen in villages, to make the grinding stone smooth, they will put the tavdu. Tavdu, I don't know what's the English word. Husk and the lemon juice, they will pour it. And tell the kids only have to sit and grind. To make that grinding stone smooth, if they buy new grinding stone from the shop, it will have the small sharp edges. To clean that up so that it will not get into our food and get into the stomach, they will ask the kids to clean it up. They will put the husk and lemon juice, and we will have to be sitting and grinding it for morning till night. So all that sharp edges of that grinding machine will be cleared. It will become smooth, and then they will throw this away, clean it up, and then they will start using for all the cooking or the grinding the food items. Same way, system should be grounded with the ideas of oneness, truth, Advaita, Satya. Especially when a child goes through that adolescence. Constantly inner thought currents should be all about his existence is legitimate. Understand? If a child is grounded during the adolescence, he will be such a blessing for the world, because he will go on be teaching to the world, you are all grounded, you are all needed, you are all existence, you are all celebrated, you are all welcome. He will be manifesting that Shaktipada. conscious sovereignty can be manifested in you just through the Shaktipada and Shaktinipada, most simplest way. I'm not saying easy or difficult. I'm saying simple. Listen. Mind always works in the language of quality and quantity. If your mind, which can relax from this constant engaging with qualities and quantities, and Shaktipada, initiation, happens from the Guru, immediately your being starts experiencing quantum experience. Listen. Because you are constantly engaged in the activities related to quality and quantity, you miss your existence, which can be experienced only in the quantum space. I tell you, you can achieve conscious sovereignty in multiple ways. Through powerful yoga, you can achieve. Through kriyas, you can achieve. Through bhakti, you can achieve. Through yoga Vedanta, yoga and Vedanta together. By practicing, you can achieve. You can achieve with Veda and Agama. Making Veda and Agama as your lifestyle, Charyapada, you can achieve. There are multiple paths. You can achieve conscious sovereignty. I'll explain the most simplest way I achieved and transmit that same to all of you, because I committed to all of you by this Guru Purnima. I want to give this great gift of conscious sovereignty to all of you. I'll tell you how this happened to me. Then you can understand. When I sit with Arunagiri Yogeshwara, my Guru, I used to be so enamored by the charisma, the personality, the way he carries himself. I just used to be lost in him. I used to be so attentive, so much into his eyes. When I asked a question, the way his eyes react or respond, I know I asked the right question, or I asked the useless question, or I asked the wrong question, or I was just trying to poke him. more or less like an attention need, not the real question. I know everything just by the way his eyes react.
All the powers that we manifest happens just through your conscious choice. With your conscious decision, the power of your conscious will has the ability to change anything that's right in front of you. If your conscious decision, the will persistence decides you are a leader, you want to be a leader, you are going to manifest what you want. Till you use the conscious decision power, it can be fate. But once you decide using the conscious decision power, you can just alter, change, delete, rewrite anything you want. Anything you want, you will be able to rewrite it. See, the whole game is only as long as you don't use your conscious will. That's what is called super determinism, right? The moment you use your conscious will, the moment you use your conscious power, the conscious choice, the way reality is in front of you will completely change. Whatever you experience as you, whatever you relate as you, whatever you associate as you, what you see as you, is not, as long as it is not your individual will, as long as it's not your conscious will, you are only going to be manifesting that same incompletion or patterns again and again. You can call it fate, because that's what is fate, right? Fate is where it's not under your control. You're constantly manifesting whatever that there is. But the moment you take, it's like you taking the reins in your hands. You taking the controls of the reins of your life. So now everything, every manifestation in your life is under your control. That is conscious decision. That is the power of your conscious will. If your conscious decision, will persistence decides you are a leader, understand you are going to become a leader. That's the power of your will. If your consciousness decides you are Paramashiva, you will experience your Paramashivatva. That's the power of your conscious will. This is what Swamiji calls a super determinism. Everything in your life that you see in front of you, it goes exactly as per what you will. If you keep thinking, oh, it's just fate, this is what is fate, this is how life is going to be, then life will only keep manifesting that. The moment you decide it's not fate, it is not individual, I, as consciousness, I am deciding to manifest this breakthrough, life has to give you the breakthrough. That's the law of life. The moment you decide, you start making conscious decisions, the control is under your hands. And understand, use the conscious decision power, you will be able to decide and manifest anything that you want. Whether job, whether relationships, whether miracles, whether power manifestation, all of it is the exact same thing. See, Ma Prithvi Prasad, I'm seeing your message which you have put, I think, some time back. You have asked the activities that how we, if we can track them. See, please understand, these are all, you will never forget them. You need to remember that. These are cognitions. Like 6 years before, I heard a satsang, and I'm sure I can verbatim repeat it as what Swamiji said, because Swamiji is talking to our beings. If it is a practice, it's more like motivational quotes. No. That's why Swamiji tells, actually, we all used to have a notebook and write down. One satsang, when Swamiji used to give physical satsangs, we all used to sit in front of Swamiji and we all be having like our book of hearts and we'll be writing these powerful cognitions. Then one satsang Swamiji said, Swamiji paused the satsang suddenly in between and Swamiji said, all of you close your notebooks. Then we all put our notebooks aside. Then Swamiji said, I am talking to your being. You don't need a notebook to remember. You just need to open your being and listen. It will be etched in your memory, in your bio memory. So you don't need to take notes. Of course, you can always write it down later. Like as soon as you click with something, you can make a note of them. That's absolutely right. That's the right thing to do. Even Swamiji has said you can record. That's not a problem. But don't depend on that book. Otherwise, only the book will become enlightened. You will not become enlightened. Swamiji is talking for you to become enlightened. So you remember, you just listen to it, Ma. You will see every powerful cognition that becomes your experience. It will never ever be forgotten. It can never be erased from your memory. The moment you apply these powerful truths, it will never be erased from your memory. It can never be. Okay. Now, listen, all of you listen. Right now, you have given the reins of your life to your incompletions. So, when your heart decides something, that pulls the string that side. But when your brain decides something, that takes the rein on the other side. So, the hormones in you continuously literally drives you to do one thing or the other, one thing or the other. The moment your conscious will takes the decision, the moment your conscious power takes the decision, understand You have the ability to completely rewrite your reality in front of you. Rewriting your future is possible. It's not a superstition, it's a science. Now, if you consciously decide, the power, see, you know what is conscious decision? Many of us wonder. We say, Swamiji keeps saying conscious decision, conscious decision. What is that? When all the disintegrated parts of you get together and you align all the internal disintegrated parts of you towards one decision, that is your conscious decision. Right now, what happens? Your heart really says, you know what, let us just go and let us really stop all this unhealthy lifestyle, let us take a healthy lifestyle. But your brain says, just one more week, I'm sure you're not really going to gain some 10 kgs one more week, just one more extra, so what? Look, there's an special offer in your favorite Domino's or McDonald's. There's a fight always inside us, within each part. That is what is called non-integrating. Your heart pulls you one place, your brain pulls you one place, and needless to say, your pattern pulls you in the totally opposite direction. Each of it pulls you. Now, your ability to take the reins of your life, saying, no, let me come back to the space of unclutching and let me make the decision. Whenever we tell, right, whenever we get too excited, Swamiji will say, don't make a decision. Whenever we get too afraid of something, whenever we're like, Swamiji, it's all going haywire and I want to do this, Swamiji will say, relax. Don't take any decision, just keep quiet. Or when we just get too agitated about something and we make a decision, Swamiji will again say, stop. Neither when you're happy, angry, sad, low, at any of these points, you should never make a decision. Understand, if you are making decision at those points, you will surely, at, at the moment that high gets over and you start coming down, you will again fall into depression. You will start going back on your decision. That's why so many people go through breakups today or divorces today. Why? Because the moment they're in that high of, they get that attention and drive, both sides they make a decision. But the moment that attention goes off, both sides they blame each other and they divorce. So you should only make all decisions from the space of completion. Even now, many of your decisions you might have made in your temporary up or down. That's okay. Just decide from the space of completion what you want to do. Make it as a conscious decision. Sit and make a conscious decision how you want your reality to be, how you want your reality to manifest. Please take a few minutes. Consciously decide. Your conscious will has the power. Your conscious decision making power has the ability. Anything you decide, anything you will, your conscious will can manifest that as a reality. Are all of you understanding? Now, take a few minutes. Wherever you want to have a breakthrough, whichever part, sit and consciously decide. Make a conscious decision. See what are all the non-integrated parts of you. What are all the parts of you that is not integrating to your decision, that is not in alignment to your decision? Go back to those parts, address those parts, complete with those parts. Take a few minutes and please spend on, let's just take 5-6 minutes. It's not much. You just need to decide. Just your concentration will negate all the other decisions driven with patterns that you made. So just make a conscious decision inside of you. You just look in and declare. No, it's just 2 minutes. Come on. Every one of you look inside you. Declare consciously to yourself to make everything that is not in the way you want, bring it back as a conscious decision. Yes. Now, please relax. What we are going to be entering into next is a very, very important session. We are going to be understanding about the space, the leadership consciousness, and for that, the first thing that we all need to understand or learn about is the science of manifesting the space. See, please understand now with this conscious decision, you can simply manifest it as an experience. You can simply just create this whole thing as an experience inside of you. And how will you do that? Just by manifesting power. Every time you manifest a power, every time you manifest something as an experience, please understand, you are literally empowering your inner space to create this as the reality that you want to manifest. Now, understand, can each of you bring a silicon device in front of you? Whatever device you have, any silicon device, it can be phone, tablet, anything. Can each of you please get a silicon device? Now, please understand, silicon is actually made of mud. From earth, the silicon material is derived from one of the basic elements from mud, basically earth element, right? Silicon has the power, the ability to cognize and respond to your commands. By nature, silicon has that ability to cognize and respond to your commands. Even if you have an eroded, corroded third eye, you can manifest this power. If you feel like my third eye will not work, you don't know it's rusted, eroded, and corroded, it will still work. This power is not dependent on third eye. This power is independent of third eye. So it's a good news. Swamiji says this power works from the Hara center. So this is a very, very beautiful power that we are going to be manifesting, where just by your conscious will, you're going to be able to command and move a silicon surface. Listen very carefully. Everything that, all the things that comes under length, breadth, and depth needs to be plugged into the third eye. Okay? So you will have to manifest through the third eye. But this is directly from your Mooladhara. So even if your third eye is corroded or eroded, you can still do it. Anybody alive can manifest it, because this is literally a consciousness over the matter. It is directly connected to the Hara center. Okay, you all want to know where Hara center is? It is right above the Swadhisthana and below the Manipuraka. So which means right below your navel center, just right below your navel center, that region is the Hara center. So it's exactly just above the Swadhisthana chakra and below the Manipuraka chakra, right below your navel center. That region is your Hara center. This circuit is directly connected to the Hara center. Actually, when you are connecting with the device, the silicon device, anything, basically any phone, tablet, PCs, anything that you have in front of you, any electronic gadget is a silicon device. Okay, so when you are connecting to it, you will actually experience your Hara center, the bottom of your belly, literally vibrating. So for what this circuit is applied is anything you can visualize, you can download it in silicon matter. It's a very super cool power. Once I was just walking with Swamiji, and Swamiji had actually initiated myself and another person to manifest this power, where we had Swamiji basically initiated us and said we can just manifest this power. We were just casually walking and there was a beautiful scenery in front. So there was this Vaidya Sarovar, there was sunset, and there was Kalabhairava, right, deity of Kalabhairava right under it, and it was all trees around. It's a very beautiful scene. So whenever Swamiji is there, right, he'll just go stand there and he'll watch the sunset and sunrise. So I was just standing behind Swamiji and I was just watching the thing, and along with all the others. I mean, everyone of us were there, and Swamiji just suddenly turned and looked at me, and Swamiji said, "Are you enjoying the scene?" I said, "Yes, Swamiji, it's so beautiful." And what happened was, right at that point, Swamiji said, "Kanna, just look at it and click it through your eyes." I was like, okay, what is happening? Swamiji said, no, no, like how you click a photo, just click like that. Like that, Swamiji actually just blinked his eyes and showed, just do that. And I was like, okay. Then Swamiji said, Swamiji had actually initiated, and Swamiji said that to one particular person, he said, I will be able to send it because the third eye connection is established. So I was like, okay, what is happening? But still, anyways, so I just looked at it and I just blinked my eyes once and I kind of like visualized like it's actually getting clicked. And I'm not joking about this. I have experienced this. The moment I did that and I sent, Swamiji said, now send it to the other person. Just visualize like how you do it in Messenger or WhatsApp. Just do it the same way. Just send it to the other person. And I sent it. Swamiji actually had one more person call her, the person that I sent to, through the third eye. And Swamiji had one more Adinavasi call her and told that Adinavasi to inform the other person that I sent to, asking her to verify what exactly did she receive in the third eye. Ask her to just close her eyes. See, she would have seen an image in the third eye. Ask her to describe what it is. You will not believe. She described, the phone was on speaker. I didn't even speak to her, just to make sure it's completely foolproof. I didn't even speak to her. It was another person speaking. So this person that I sent it to described, it is a sunset, there's Kalabhairava deity in front, Swamiji is standing, the exact scene that I saw, she received that as a picture. Swamiji beautifully explained, the moment you connect, you establish that connection, right? The moment you manifest this power, when you are getting comfortable with the phone, or when with another person, you will be able to send it. Means the command over a silicon will just be under your control. The moment you will. There have been kids who will just take photo like that. And even I have done it once, where just the same way, right after this incident, actually, Swamiji initiated all of us into this power of downloading a picture in the silicon. Swamiji said the exact signs with which you send to another person, you can actually download it on the phone. And I am not joking. Not one, not two, so many of us were able to click without the camera. We would just click and look at the phone, and the phone will have the photo downloaded in it. There have been hundreds of people who have been a witness to it, and that time all the fortunate Nithyananda Yogam participants who were there in Bidadi, they're all a witness to it. Just we would look, we will click a picture, look at the phone, and connect through the third eye to Swamiji, and we will just send it, and the phone will have that photograph downloaded in it. It's a science. It is not, I'm not telling this for you all to feel awed about and just feel like, oh my God, is this all really true? Is it like just another Harry Potter story? No, it is as true as you can make a cup of coffee, you can download things on your phone. Because understand the science, there's a science behind it. It is not just, oh, okay, decide and try. At some point you'll download. No. The base material of any silicon gadgets, phone, tablets, computers, laptops, PCs, anything that you have, the base material of it is actually derived from mud. So Swamiji says, naturally earth element, all of us are made of earth element. There is some proportion of us which is consisting of the earth element. The moment you connect to it, the earth element has the ability to download, receive your instruction, amplify it, and process that command. Because end of the day, that is the base material from which we are made. And our Hara center, the Mooladhara chakra in us, is directly connected to the earth element of the nature. So this whole power, even without your third eye, even if you're 100% believer, you feel, I know everyone can manifest third eye, but not me. I am the hardest nut to crack. Even if you think you're like that, it is okay, you can manifest this power. As complicated as it sounds, it's so simple. It's just a science where you receive and reciprocate the command to the object. Okay. Now I'll tell you what are all the types of powers that we can manifest. One, like I explained, you can click a picture with your eyes, you can download it on the phone, or you can just send it to even a pen drive, just like how a camera clicks, right? Just click and then send. That's one. Second, you can increase the battery. You can actually just blow from your Mooladhara, just blow air into the phone will charge. This is very, very doable. The third one, your ability to command, like you can unlock a phone without you physically touching it. Of course, these are all advanced levels. But what we can start with is first being able to control a phone, like just turn it on, being able to, unlock the screen, being able to just turn on the screen, being able to charge the phone without actually charging it. Both of these we will be manifesting immediately. All right, you're all understanding? So how you will manifest? What's the exact process of it? Please bring a crystal shila, the granite slab if you have. If you do not have, don't worry. If you do not have a granite slab, that's okay. If you have a granite slab, please bring it. If not, at least bring a mirror. Put the phone on the mirror, the energized mirror. When I say a mirror, don't bring your makeup mirror. It should be the energized mirror which has the Aushadha applied on it. Please bring the mirror and put the phone on the mirror. If you do not have the mirror also, it is okay. But actually having a mirror or crystal shila amplifies, enhances your manifestation even more. If you do not have, it is okay. Just keep your phone, write a command. First, all of you please write one command. Simple. I want my battery percentage to increase by 3%, 4%. Tatiana Hughes is asking where you can buy the Krishna Shila. Any granite slab, any granite slab. You can get it energized during the program, Darshan, and Swamiji will energize it. Once it's energized, it becomes Krishna Shila. Actually, Shila means stone. Krishna Shila means granite stone. That's what it literally means. So it's not any like particular material. Any granite slab, white granite, black granite, any granite slab, keeping that, applying the Jnananjana on that. So once you get it energized, so if you have, you can bring it and get it energized during the further days of the program. Okay, Ma Tatiana is asking why granite. Actually, Ma, granite has the potential to store this high level of energy inside of us. So granite has the ability to store that high energy. So when you're manifesting, actually, that it's not simple, it's not a simple thing. Your granite has to literally receive, it's like more like a transformer per se. So it actually receives the energy, it processes it, and it sends it across. So that's how the whole cycle happens. So any command you have, it has to receive the energy, take your, like how a TV to run, it needs the plug, it needs a current, and then it processes things and it shows us. Similarly, granite needs the third eye energy, which holds the energy and which manifests. So granite is that material which can hold a lot of energy for a long period of time. Other material will very easily break. That is why temples are built in granite stones. Understanding? Okay. Now all of you please bring your phone. Now hold the phone in your hand. Listen very carefully. From your hara center, just below your navel center, visualize that intense gush of energy and transmit that to the device. Ma Prithvi Prasad, if you just manifest powers and apply these powerful cognitions intensely, you will very easily be able to manifest even a breakthrough in your wealth dimension. Seema, you're very inspired. You're very, very intense in listening and participating, which is very beautiful. Every time your being inner space clicks with something, right? Every time your inner space clicks with a certain powerful cognition, Start applying that and just keep chewing on these powerful cognitions. I remember you were telling about your job and the financial condition right now. You will really be able to manifest a breakthrough. Ma Prithvi Prasad. You will really be able to manifest a breakthrough just by doing this completion and manifesting powers. It not just in job, wealth itself will be a breakthrough for you. Just sit. I know you have been sincerely attending the program. Sit, internalize each of these powerful cognitions and work on implementing them in your life. You just do this. Don't worry about the result. You just do what you can from your side. And it is not every moment you're spending here, ma. You're actually gaining a conscious resource. You're not just sitting here, you're actually gaining a conscious resource.
You're actually earning conscious currency. Like how every time you go to your job, you sit in your office or you do some work and you'll earn currency to deal with this loka. You're actually gaining conscious currency which will help you not just while you're in the body, even after you leave the body also. So come on, we're going to be sitting now with this powerful cognition in us, and let us all sit and manifest the powers. Ready? Should we all do it? Please sit. Just take this as a decision and you're going to be able to manifest now.
Please hold the phone. Just look through your third eye intensely. Just blow air into the phone. Just breathe in. And when you breathe in, your energy, it is just converted into the electric energy. And just when you breathe out, it enters into the phone. You will actually see it will increase. The charge will increase.
Paramashivoham.
Please have the phone in your hands.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Chant the Mahavakya.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Breathe in and breathe out. When you breathe out, just hold the phone and breathe out. You will actually just breathe out into the phone. The phone will start charging. You will actually feel that intense vibration in your hara center.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Chant the Mahavakya.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
All of you, please sit straight. Whenever you're manifesting powers, you should always sit straight.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Chant the Mahavakya intensely.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Breathe in and breathe out into the phone.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
manifest intensely.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
You only need to make sure again and again you're chanting the Mahavakya. Tune in your whole being.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Mahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahavagya puts me in samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Mahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om
Interesting.
Nithyananda
How many of you are actually experiencing the vibration happening?
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
understand the moment you start manifesting, automatically your inner space will open up inside of you. Now, in this same space, as you're all manifesting, don't worry, we'll be continuing to manifest this further as well. Now, as you're all manifesting this, we'll be entering into the next session where we'll be learning about leadership consciousness, Ishwaratva.
Leaders are born sometime, made many times. Your conscious breakthrough capability is powerful enough to have the life you wanted manifested in you. It is capable of giving a superconscious breakthrough. Understand our Vedas and Agamas, Dharmashastras. In every level, they teach you how to hold the powerful cognition and manifest leadership consciousness in you. You should know Advaita is not something like a remote possibility you will practice later on. No. It is as simple as having a morning breakfast. You can get enlightened by holding the powerful cognition before your next breakfast. How the death is possible every minute, enlightenment is possible every minute. Enlightenment is the purpose of life, and listen carefully. He is such a good person, good being. Real non-violence comes by powerful cognition. I want all of you to hold on to that powerful cognition. You are Paramashiva. Even with you, behave as Paramashiva. Even when you are alone in your bedroom, talk to you as Paramashiva. Behave with yourself as Paramashiva. Demand yourself to be Paramashiva. You will be so integrated to his principles, his vibration. Cosmos will feel so good about you. You will feel so good about Cosmos. That is what I call leadership quality. Feeling so good about you and the world and life and everything is leadership. You will feel Brahmanyam Bhaguputratam. I am the favorite chosen one of the cosmos. Brahmanyam Bhaguputratam. I am the favorite chosen one of the cosmos. I tell you. Feeling that is what I call leadership quality. That can happen just by holding on to the truth. You are Paramashiva. Intense but subtle. Listen. Strength of your breathing is your life. Strength of your breathing is your energy. Strength of your breathing is your consciousness. Strength of your breathing is your attention span. All these kriyas make your breathing intense but subtle. When your breathing is made intense but subtle, it electrifies various components of your brain. Understand? There are certain pranayamas. It expands your lungs capacity. It expands the Anahata chakra's power. Means ability to include large number of people in you without judging. Understand? More and more you judge, more and more you exclude. Ability to include without judging is expanded through certain pranayamas. That is why yogis are always become very loving people. But bondhus, buddhus, there is a next level where you form judgments but you include them. When certain components of your brain is awakened, it's not that you don't form judgments. You form judgments, but you don't include them. You don't exclude them, you include them. Having proper judgments and including them without excluding them is leadership consciousness. Not having judgments, just including them, you become such fool. Foolishness is not Bholenatha, understand? Sadashiva's name Bholenatha does not mean he is fool, no. He is in such space, never excludes anybody, but he has a right judgment about everybody. Never excludes, but has right judgments. If you exclude because of judgment, you are violent. You will be lifeless. If you include without judging, you will be fool, getting exploited, cheated, finally destroyed. Understand, if you have the attitude of why me, even if you are world's richest man, you will not be in the space of completion and relaxed. Just if you develop this one understanding of tyaga, I don't care about ups and downs. My conscious decisions and conclusions are my life. That's it. That's it. That tyaga will manifest in tons of ways, like how tyaga is manifesting in me. I have decided to be ferocious with me and decided to go and be in the temple. Whether it is small or big, only if you make decisions for yourself, you will be complete. And you making decision for yourself should happen from the space of you fitting into the shoes of your responsibility. You deciding to become responsible about your existence. Understand? You deciding to become responsible about your existence. You deciding to be complete about your responsibility. This too makes Ishwaratva happen in you. Understand? Nothing. There is nothing to be achieved in the life other than living Sadashiva and making the world live Sadashiva. Everything else is simple waste of life. Waste of life. You are born deluded into the concept of money, and you run, suddenly collapse. Whether you are successful in saving or not unsuccessful in saving, whether you had it or did not have it, both doesn't matter. You have not even done some good to somebody. Delusion covered by delusion. Understand? Money is great if you use it to fulfill your purpose, if you generate it to fulfill your purpose. But without a purpose of life, money, relationships, people, influence, everything is delusion. By its own existence, which does not bring power, is delusion. By its own existence, Swayam Prakasa, which brings power, is Ishwaratva. Understand, this is the scale. Sit and do the postmortem of your life. Till the last moment, whatever has happened is past. Sit and try to do postmortem of your life. What is the component of me which does not empower me by its very existence? What is the component of me which empowers me by its existence? Purpose always empowers you by its existence. Infrastructural support never empowers you by its existence. It can empower you only if it is added to the purpose. Purpose is the one, everything else is zeros. All zeros will have value when the purpose is added to it. Be responsible for your purpose of existence. Understand? Look brings beauty, purpose brings personality. Look brings beauty, purpose brings personality. Beauty can never be permanent component of your life. Personality can be the permanent component of your life. The relationships which are built because of your personality are the most stable, permanent, empowering relationships. The relationships which are built because of your look will collapse the moment look changes. Look changes every 24 hours. Forget about 24 hours. The distance changes look. From distant, looks Just the reduction in the distance takes away the look. So all look-based relationships, look-based decisions will bring powerlessness and instability into your existence. That is choice. Listen. All these words understand. Choices, multiple choices, look-based decisions, unstable relationships. All these words, somehow it will be connected. Infrastructure without purpose, influence without purpose, money without reason. All these can go on stealing your life because it is delusion. It will show as if you have something, but you don't have. You don't have. Purpose. 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 Responsibility for your purpose. That empowers you, I tell you, next secret. All this delusion, the Maya, has no life, purpose and responsibility for the purpose as life. If the life starts happening, all this just follows you. The horses in the army which runs in the front always wins and comes back. Which are in the behind and gets pulled, dies before even going to the war field. Horses in the army which runs in the front goes, wins, comes back. The horses which are behind gets dragged and pulled, does not want to come, dies before even going to the war field. Are you going to be the horses in the front or in the behind getting dragged, pulled? I tell you, life is Kurukshetra. If you decide to be responsible, you are the frontline horses. Go, conquer, win, achieve, be victorious, manifest Shaktis. Or be there getting dragged. Naturally, rope is in the neck. Pulled, dragged. Death before even reaching the war field. Unit of life is responsibility. Based on the responsibility you cognize, powers are manifested in you. Understand? Not the cheating. In responsibility also you have an inner image responsibility separate, outer image responsibility separate. Outer image responsibilities, everyone should become Sadashivatva. Inner image responsibility, let's have a big beach house and vacation house and sleep. Taking rest is a preventive method to stop being affected by the disease of chronic fatigue. So before the tiredness disease attacks me, let me take preventive measurement of taking rest. Why are you sleeping whole day? tiredness disease may come to me. What will happen? Let me take rest and stop tiredness coming to me. Tongue filled with his name and nose filled with his smell, skin filled with his hug. Emotions filled with emotions. Nyasa means purifying. That is why Anganyasa, Karanyasa. Sannyasa means purifying everything. Sarvanyasa is sannyasa. You invoke the sacred sounds to purify the kara and anga, hands and parts of your body. You need to invoke the divine itself to purify everything. Your will filled with his responsibility. Third eye filled with his vision. Two eyes filled with his vision. Third eye filled with his vision. Two eyes filled with his vision. Third eye filled with his vision. Understand? Essence of today's satsang. Responsibility makes Shava into Sheva. When Shava flows as Shakti, it becomes Sheva. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The idea you carry, the idea you cherish, the idea you enjoy, being your own boss. What do you think as being your own boss? That need to be corrected, aligned. The first principle is correcting, aligning the blueprint. Drop the paper and pen. First listen. I don't think you need an enlightened notebook after the program. You need an enlightened being after the program. I know what I want, but still I am not able to manifest. Be very clear. You do not know what you want. You are hardwired to manifest what you want. If you are manifesting difficulties, sufferings, and torture, that is what you want, be assured. Be informed that is what you want. I am not insensitive to you. I am sensible to you. I am not insensitive to you and your suffering. Understand? Your ideas about being your own boss needs acid wash. If you cognize yourself as bound by your boss and you create a logical ideas and visualization, fantasy about being boss, suddenly, some way, you get the power. You will only be bossing around, you will never be boss. Understand? Bossing around is different, boss is different. Still in your cognition you are a slave, but you got the power, then you will be bossing around. The first principle, acid wash your blueprint with completion. Understand? Whether you want to manifest wealth, whether you want to manifest power, whether you want to be your own boss, starts with the first principle. What is being your own boss? You decide your health. You decide your whole day. You decide what you should do, you should not do. Above all, you decide your mood whole day, how you should be and how you should not be. Deciding not just your moves, deciding your moods. Understand? Not just deciding your moves, deciding your moods too. Be your own boss means not just deciding your moves, deciding your moods. Most of you, I should say almost all of you, cognize poverty and create an idea, an ideology about richness. Cognize slaveness, but create theory and theology about freedom. Cognize bondage and create filth and philosophy about being your own boss. Understand? creating your own theories and theologies, your own ideas and ideologies, your own filth and philosophies, is not going to make you your own boss. The first principle is bringing completion to your depth, not just your thought currents. To your depth, bring completion. What is my idea of my own boss, being my own boss? How much of it is based on my past incompletions? How much of it is based on my integrity to my life? Understand, freedom should be integrity to your existence. When you are integrated to your existence, you will enjoy the pleasures. When body is filled with hormones, you will enjoy peace. When the body is devoid of hormones, you will grow matured when the body stops producing hormones. It will be such beautiful flow of life. Else, powerlessness in the young age, physically, but powerfulness mentally is bondage. In the young age, you feel very powerful in the mind, but very powerless in the body, because the society around you, you feel the whole society is suppressing you. When you are old, the whole society gives you freedom to do what you want, but you become powerless physically. This whole conflict will not happen. Understand? The whole conflict will not happen if you acid wash your ideas about richness, your ideas about freedom, your ideas about being your own boss. Being your own boss is not deciding when you will go to your office or when you will go to golf club. It is all about deciding whether do you really need golf. The stupid game. Because your boss was doing that and you were waiting for him to come back, your anger and vengeance against him towards this whole boss idea. When you become boss, you do the same. Making your staff to wait, and you will be tuck, tuck, tuck. Fools. It is not about golfing. It is understanding, do you really need golfing? The first principle is acid wash your ideas of being your own boss. I have seen many of you become rich just to take revenge on your relative who was rich and did not help you when you were poor. No. Many of you acquire titles, awards, rewards, just to take on revenge on somebody. By the time you reach that goal, the person is not even alive. He is not even alive. And you are stupid trying to prove yourself to somebody who is dead. look around and look in. Look around and look in. What is your depth? Understand your length. Logic creates ideas. Your breath, heart converts that ideas into ideology. Your length, logic creates theories. Your breath, heart converts that into theologies. Your length creates filth, and your breath creates that into philosophies. Understand, the source material for all philosophy is filth. It's not, I am doing some poetic verbal play, it's truth. If at all I am able to destroy something on the planet Earth, first thing I will destroy is philosophies. Philosophies kept human beings away from philosia, darshana, the reality. When your cognition depth is established in the completion, from that completion the ideas of richness you create will simply become reality. From that completion, the idea of power you create, you will simply manifest. From that completion, the idea of being your own boss you create, you will simply manifest it. Understand? As I said, richness is not always grid bound. Most of us do not even understand there is something called off the grid richness. Experience. Understand? A person with 10 crore grid bound richness, a person with just 1 crore plus inner awakening, off the grid richness is surely much more richer. Understand? Unfortunately, if you cognize the idea of richness, if you think, if you create theories and theologies of richness, when you are perceiving poverty in your life, you will only think 10 crore is richness, not the off the grid richness, the experiences as richness of your life. I have seen these stinking fellows. Stinking means believing only grid bound richness as richness. Stinking with money and no experience of life. When you leave the earth, when you leave the planet, your experiences carry you, not the grid bound wealth. Understand? Grid bound wealth is useful as long as you are grid bound. Death is the greatest freedom you receive from the grid. When you are off the grid, it is your experiences that will be counted as your richness, not the grid bound richness. Grid bound richness is great as long as you are bound within the grid. Look into your ideas of richness. Look into your ideas of powerfulness. Look into your ideas of what is being your own boss. The moment I utter the word be your own boss, you think I can design my whole day, all my moves. But you don't understand. You will be real boss only if you can decide mood of the whole day also, not just moves of the whole day. I'll say mood and moves both should be in your freedom. If I have to choose, I'll choose the moods than the moves. I'll choose the moods than the moves. When you are not able to handle your moods, better to be slave of somebody who has a best mood. That is 1,000 times better than having only freedom to change your moves but not moods. Few minutes. Dig out your incompletions, ideas you carry about being your own boss. If you suddenly win a lottery and from tomorrow, no why tomorrow, today, from today, you are your own boss, what are you going to do? How is your life is going to be? And your ideas, theories, theologies, why you want to be like this? What is the reason you want your life in this way? Think and pen down what you want to be, how you will be your own boss. Second, why you will be like that. You may think, I'll be in the golf court all the time, fully drunk. I think better to be slave than fully drunk and being in the golf cart. Why you want to be like that? Because that is what is your idea of being your own boss when you were a slave. If you are slave and create an idea about power, even if you get power, it becomes politics, not power. If you have an idea of poverty and you get wealth, you don't become wealthy. Wealth stinks around you. That's the reason we are poor. Look into your ideas of poverty, ideas of wealth, ideas of slavery, and ideas of powerfulness, ideas of being a worker, ideas of being your own boss. Write first ideas. Second, ask why that idea got developed into your system. You will understand your incompletions. Incompletion means the past thoughts, emotions, patterns, hangovers, residues sitting in the present and suffocating you, not letting you live your future. Understand? Even if you live richest life as per your imagination which you developed when you were poor, you will not be living rich life. You will be living the rich life as you imagined when you were poor. It will only be the poor man's rich life. It will only be the worker's boss life. It will only be the slave's free life. More than richness, you need to understand what for you need rich life. More than power, you need to know what for you need power. More than being your own boss, you need to know why you want to be your own boss. The first principle is acid wash your incompletions. I'll lead you into the second principle after this. So take few minutes and pen down why you want to be your own boss. What do you mean by being your own boss? Pen down the answer for both the questions. What you think of being your own boss, your ideas, and why you want to be your own boss. Please pen down answers for both the questions. The second principle, understand? I'll repeat the first principle. First principle is acid washing your idea of be your own boss, and what do you mean by being your own boss? Pen down the answer for both the questions. What you think of being your own boss, your ideas, and why you want to be your own boss. Please pen down answers for both the questions. The second principle, understand? I'll repeat the first principle. First principle is acid washing your idea of be your own boss and why you want to be your own boss. What you want to be and why you want to be. Understand? Knowledge, clarity, Saraswati, understanding is the foundation on which anything can be built. People always tend to say, oh, I don't understand all that, Swamiji. You just say what I have to do, I'll do. You will not do if I just say. Even if I make you understand, you won't do. It's different. Whenever people come and tell me, oh, these are all too much, I cannot understand. You just tell me what I have to do, I'll do. I have always seen those people are worst failures. Understanding is the foundation. It's a basic necessity. Please understand. It is from your understandings you collect cognitions. Cognitions. From cognitions you manifest. It is from your understandings you collect cognitions. From cognitions you manifest. So even in the understanding level, if some things are not there, it is missing, then no way you are going to cognize it and manifest it. So the first principle is why you want to do what you want to do. Even with this understanding, thinking through, internalizing, how many of you realized many of your ideas of boss is silly? Raise your hand. Relax. Understand. If you cognize you are sexually suppressed and your idea of freedom, the moment you grow up and get your freedom, first thing you will do, you will become a womanizer. If you cognize you are deprived of food, playing, anything, the moment you get a chance, first thing you will do is going to the other extreme. No extreme is freedom. Understand? No extreme is freedom. Powerfulness is freedom. When Sadashiva describes about the dress in the Agama, Sadashiva beautifully describes about food, dress, place of stay, such precise definitions. If you are new to Hindu tradition, I will introduce the word Agama. Agama means Sadashiva expressed, Devi received, and Vishnu adopted that as a software to run the universe. Agama is oldest and most updated software to run the universe. Oldest and most updated. And the kind of an understanding he gives. Now listen to the second principle. Neither your ideas about being your own boss is right, nor they are wrong. Listen carefully. Coming to the same understanding principle, neither your nudity nor your modesty is right or wrong. If you are feeling empowered by covering yourself, that is your dress code. If you are feeling empowered by exposing yourself, that is your dress code. What all the ideas about being your own boss empowers you? Listen, when I say empowering, making you feel powerful, joyful, ecstatic, I tell you, sometimes you do some politicking and jump into the seat of the boss. Then you know, from where you jump to where. Potato felt the pot and the water in the pot is too hot and it jumped into the fire. Because the pot and the water in the pot is too hot, potato jumping into the fire. Precise stupidity you do because the seat of a worker seems to be too hot, you jump into the seat of the boss. Understand, feeling empowered matters. Feeling complete matters. You may say, no. If I just grab the seat, in 6 months I will become all right. You may become insensitive, but you will not become all right. That is like astrologers telling, oh, next 7.5 years you have Shade Sat, after 2.5 years Rahu, then again 3 years a very bad Grahas. Then if you ask, oh, after that I will become all right. No, you will be habituated. Now that is exactly, if you are consoling yourself, let me grab the seat by hook or crook, then in 6 months I'll become all right. No, you may become insensitive, but you will not become all right. And one more thing, whenever you become insensitive to some parts of you, that develops as a blind spot and continues to torture you. Understand? Continues to torture you. Completion matters. Feeling empowered matters. To be your own boss. So second principle, listen. Second principle is completing your cognition of slavery, being a subordinate, being a staff, being worker, not being boss. Completion is the second principle. Of course, third principle is responsibility. I call it responsibilism. I want to make this responsibility as a religion. As on now, the religion we practice, at least in India, 3C: cricket, corruption, cinema. 3C is the religion we practice. For any problem, the solution we look is cinema. That's the largest referred spiritual solution center. Now, whenever you have a problem, where you look at, in that movie how he does, in this movie how he behaves. Our education system is basically a visual based system. That is why if you see all our temples and monuments, I can challenge, no other civilization produced such large amount of monuments. I want you to know 1 crore means 10 million stone carved monuments exist in India. As per the government report, stone carved monuments I'm not talking about RCC. We don't respect anything which is 1,000 years, less than 1,000 years old. Only if something is 1,000 years old, we even respect. And only if it can withstand 1,000 years, we call them as something decent structure. See, because basically our cognition is janmas, not birth. Understand? Janmas. Janma is different from birth. The word birth is not complete translation of the word janma. Janma means happening. It's from the samdhatu, sambhava. Janma. Birth means it's totally different. The very idea of birth is totally different. Born. We don't believe in birth. We believe only in happening. Sambhava. We are happening. Born means something created out of nothing. No. We are sambhava. Happening. Listen to this truth. The second principle is completion with all the reasons with which you are living, the reasons which are pushing you to become boss. Understand? When you, any reasons you have to become boss, relive them. If they are powerless cognitions, incompletions, they will die. If they are powerful cognitions, they will become strong. That's all. See, reliving is literally acid wash. All the unnecessary things will be washed, necessary things will be strengthened. Listen. Reliving is nothing but manana in Vedic tradition. Internalizing. Many times you grab out of greed and that does not get digested. That's what you need to sit and chew. Ideas also you grab out of greed, but it does not get digested. It sits inside your head undigested. Digesting them is manana. Digesting all your logically, emotionally accumulated, acquired ideas into your cognition properly is completion. Understand? In your length, logic, breath, emotion, visualization, the ideas, concepts you grabbed, dumped, cognizing them rightly into your depth, making them as right cognition by manana, reliving, is completion. Understand? I am redefining completion. When you relive all the ideas you have again and again, all the ideas which makes you powerless starts dying down. They lose power over you. All the ideas which makes you powerful become stronger. They start growing in you. Understand? What needs to grow grows. What needs to go goes. The power of reliving is what needs to go goes, what needs to grow grows. Add or, reliving, something goes, something grows. Let me explain clearly the principle of reliving. Listen to this principle. Whatever you wrote as reason, why you want to become a boss, do not judge those reasons. Just sit and relive the situations when you took those decisions. Just relive them, means visualize and see again and again exactly as it happened. In which situation you decided you have to take revenge on this fellow by becoming boss. I'll throw my visiting card on his table. I'll throw my visiting card on his face. I'll throw my shoes on his face and my tie on his neck and tighten the tie. You may have what all I don't know. The situations during which you took the decision to become boss, the reason you want to become boss, relive them. Whatever you wrote, can you just read for few minutes so you can understand what I am saying and enter into manana, reliving. Now, relive every situation in your life in which you decided to become your own boss. The incidents, situations made you decide to be your own boss. Relive them. Nithyananda Paramashivam
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim
Dvanvatītam gagana sadrisham tattvamasyaadvilaksham ekam nityam
Nityam
vimalamachalam
Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, today we are joining with all of you here with a very, very important and an amazing news for all the participants and all the viewers that are watching us live on KAILÄSA's Nithyananda TV, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram, and various other social media platforms. We've been sharing with you all about the attacks and the persecution that has been happening on KAILÄSA Trishulam, and how the land that was offered by one of the devotees with immense love to Swamiji and the commitment that Swamiji had given to that devotee, and just for that commitment, how Swamiji stood despite all these attacks and made it happen.
Nithyanandama.
Today, go ahead.
So yes, we were sharing with the viewers about how Annapurnyachi, my pre-monastic grandmother, had placed the land of KAILÄSA Trishulam at Bhagavan's feet on 29th of July 2007, way back, and requested Bhagavan to build a temple there for Bhagavan in worship of Paramashiva. And she also requested Bhagavan to liberate her by being physically present beside her in her last moments, and Bhagavan fulfilled both her wishes. He built KAILÄSA and Trishulam, and he was there physically to liberate Annapurnyachi when she passed away. And we also shared with the viewers on the 15th of August, just a few days ago, there was a huge attack on KAILÄSA and Trishulam, and how on the Independence Day of India, which is supposed to be a national holiday, the deep state elements came along with the JCB machine, and they actually demolished the compound walls of KAILÄSA and Trishulam, and they beat and drove away all the livestock, and there was a lot of atrocity that happened there on the 15th of August. Connivance between the anti-Hindu elements and the deep state elements.
And today, as we all join you,
yes,
with as we all have been sharing with you about the injustice that happened, the destruction of the Hindu temple, and Ma Bhaktika had joined us live, where she was taking us through the story of how the whole thing had unfolded. Now we have a very sorry for the technical glitch. Everything that we were sharing with you all so far, and all the destruction that happened, how the temple had been demolished illegally without any kind of proper procedures, and the land belonged to the devotee who had offered it to Swamiji, which means the land belongs to KAILÄSA, and how Swamiji, truly fulfilling the commitment that he had given to the devotee, he built a beautiful temple there. And the encroachers had illegally, using the support of the deep state elements, destroyed the entire KAILÄSA Trishulam and brought it to grounds. Today, the Honorable High Court of Madras had issued a favorable direction for Kailasa Trishulam in the case, appealing for justice against illegal demolition and encroachment of land of Kailasa Trishulam. And today is a very, very important day because the Honorable High Court of Madras questioned and demanded an explanation on the illegal demolition of Kailasa Trishulam Madinam by the deep state elements. And the Honorable Court has ordered to explain the atrocities against Kailasa Trishulam by the 7th of September 2003. And the court has taken a very strong stance against this illegal demolition of Kailasa Trishulam. So the Honorable High Court of Madras has ordered to explain all these atrocities against Kailasa Trishulam by the September 7th, 2023. So this is a landmark and a very, very important milestone for Kailasa. And today we're joining here to share and to celebrate this victory with all of you.
And not only that, Ma, the Honorable High Court has ordered that Kailasa Trishulam it should be protected with the order of status quo and no further damage or danger can be done to it. That is one of the points in the order, to protect Kailasa and Trishulam from further damage or danger. So this is literally like a warning that is being issued to the concerned deep state elements and anti-Hindu elements for whatever utter atrocities they committed till now.
Kailasa, most importantly for Kailasa, this is a very, very important happening because for the number of years that Kailasa Trishulam had served that entire community around, whether it is Annadan, whether it is free education, offering free programs, courses for the public, healing service, and so many things. The temple, Swamiji had actually revived a very beautiful temple. That is why it is called Kailasa Trishulam, because just in that vicinity, there's a beautiful temple of Paramashiva, which unfortunately has, that whole temple is not, the tradition, the ecosystem of that temple was not complete. The ecosystem had been died down. And now Swamiji had revived Kailasa Trishulam to revive that beautiful ecosystem of that Trishulanatha temple, keeping that whole ecosystems of a temple alive, and through that to serve the community in and around Kailasa Trishulam. And this Kailasa had done lot of services, and also there were a lot of attacks continuously by the anti-Hindu elements, the deep state elements, and using henchmen, media, using the different institutions, they were trying to attack Kailasa Trishulam, to shut down Kailasa Trishulam. And despite all of this, Swamiji was standing strong with the stance to revive Kailasa Trishulam just for the commitment that he had given to the devotee. And today, very beautifully, this whole judgment marks an important milestone for Kailasa. And like Swamiji says, no matter what happens, Swamiji always stands by dharma, always stands by his commitment to the devotee. And the whole thing has just so beautifully unfolded.
Absolutely. And so beautifully, Ma, Bhagavan has always taught us, you protect dharma, dharma protects you. You stand by dharma, dharma stands for you. And we are seeing it, we are experiencing it now in our lives firsthand. Many times we wondered, Kailasa Trishulam has been like a saga of persecution, right from the time it was handed over to Bhagavan. And it has been the triggering point of the huge attack on Bhagavan in the year 2010, when the deep state elements wanted to grab the property, Kailasa Trishulam, and what they went ahead and did, they launched one of the largest attacks on Bhagavan till date. So we've always questioned why should we be so good when so much is happening against us, when so much good is being done by Swamiji, why so much bad is being done to him by humanity. And Bhagavan has always said, you stand by dharma, dharma will stand by you. And today we are really seeing it, we are experiencing it, the truth of Bhagavan's words. Just a little bit of patience and will persistence. Bhagavan has displayed demonstrated huge will persistence, especially in KAILÆSA and Trishulam. Of course, we have had attacks continuously in all Kailasas worldwide, over 70 assassination attempts on Bhagavan's life. But Kailasa Trishulam has really been a history of persecution. And through this, today, with this order, really, we are seeing that we are understanding what Bhagavan meant all along, that you stand by Dharma, Dharma will protect you. And it's really a milestone order today. And the kind of the kind of protection the order is giving, saying, maintain status quo and no further danger or no further danger or damage should come to the property. That is what it says.
And also, Ma Bhaktika, how does it feel for you as an individual who has seen the attacks and also seen the history of how this whole land was donated, offered to Swamiji out of the gratitude of your pre-monastic grandmother, and the experiences that she's had, the healing that she has had, the miracles that she and you, your pre-monastic family, as a family, all of you have experienced, and the blessings that Swamiji gave her, and just for that one commitment, how Swamiji stood. And you've also witnessed the continuous relentless attacks by the deep state elements. And today to see this victory, how does it feel for you?
It's a real huge story end to end, Ma, with all elements in it. Starting from from the time we met Swamiji the first time in 2003, and how my grandmother in 2007 she decided to place the land at Swamiji's feet, because at every happening I've been there as a live witness. So it's like it's a very emotional moment for me, because on the one side, I really can't believe Bhagavan can stand so much for one devotee when there is so much happening today around him. Because it is beyond our human understanding. In our human realm, we don't stand so much for one person. So it is really beyond our grasp. And only then, we once again wake up to it's a divine realm, not a human realm. That is where it's coming from. So you can see here actually, Annapurnyachi, my pre-monastic grandmother, this is the day, 29th of July 2007, in KAILÆSA, Bangalore, on the occasion of Guru Purnima. She's actually requesting Swamiji, when she's taking her darshan from him, that she would like to place the land KAILÆSA Trishulam at Bhagavan's feet, and she's requesting him to build a temple for Swamiji there in worship of Paramashiva. And Swamiji is so compassionately and blissfully accepting her request. And this is the exact moment actually when she decided to place the land at his feet. So I still remember this moment very vividly. And today, this order, through this court order, it is like a for every soul to rest, for every being to rest. To what extent Bhagavan goes, for every soul to rest in peace, for the word is given to every soul, like how Bhagavan says, if I give a word to a being that I will enlighten them, I will give them enlightenment, it is my duty. I will stay till life after life, even that person is there. I will stay till the last person to whom I gave word gets enlightened. So, I'm seeing it happen. The one word he gave to the one devotee, the amount of attack Trishulam has taken, Bhagavan has taken, never once he deterred from the word or even thought of deterring from the word. And even when we used to voice it, he used to come across very strongly. He used to say, that is not the way you look at it. Life is all about integrity, and it is not that one attack happens, you go back on your word. In fact, I used to ask him, what is there? You can very well go back to them and say, I will talk to them, Swamiji, they will understand. So he says that is not the principle. That's not the cosmic principle on which we work. That is not the way you should be working. This is a lesson for you. to stand by the cosmic principles, and then you will see what happens. You will see what happens. And with all the patience that he taught us, today this order is really showing us what standing by the cosmic principles will do, that it will finally bring success.
Abuse you. Beyond that, what makes you stand makes you what you are. Every time I'll shock everyone by making it happen.
Understand? This actually is one thing where Swamiji will always say, right? Like, no matter what, whatever it takes, he will take it on him, and he will never ever give up on his vision for us, his commitment for us, or give up on us. He is just living that and showing. I mean, just this one thing. You see, every single thing that Swamiji has been declaring from beginning till now, he has always made it happen, despite of what kind of odds he may have to face for it. It's not just some kind of a disturbance happening outside or some kind of a small thing happening. It's sheer injustice. I mean, Ma Bhaktika, since you've been there from beginning, you've been seeing. I've been there since 2003. Now we are in 2023, right? And being throughout this whole time and witnessing every single, like the hard work of Swamiji from the ground level, from the scratch till now. And you've been seeing the kind of persecutions Swamiji has faced, especially this Trishulam, KAILΑSA Trishulam is very personal for you. I mean, it was your grandmother in front of your eyes. She offered it to Swamiji, and you were there in KAILΑSA Trishulam from the time it began, and all the kind of services that Swamiji has been doing there, trying to build that enlightenment ecosystem and build that temple, just with one boon that one devotee is asking. And Swamiji is doing that. And one more side, you're seeing these demonic anti-Hindu elements, the deep state elements. It's not just some small forces. These are like anti-Hindu elements that are there, that have so much of power in their hand and can manipulate it, use it to destroy, demolish anyone. And when you're seeing all of these, and now you are seeing that finally it is time that justice is coming. How do you feel about it? How does it make you feel?
Obviously, it's a real moment of celebration, Ma. In many ways, the spiritually, Bhagavan is teaching us live through persecution. He's teaching us how Dharma wins, and taking the attacks on him, he's teaching us how Dharma wins. Only Bhagavan can do that. When the attacks are going on him, he uses the battlefield as your lesson. And even whether you try to run away from the battlefield, or it's almost like you feel you're Arjuna on the battlefield. You come up with so many arguments to him, so many reasons why we should not be fighting the battle, why we should move away, how dangerous it is. Whatever stories we have told him, like how Arjuna told Krishna, Bhagavan has consistently made us to stand by the cosmic principles and truth. It is like a live lesson on the live battlefield with the war going on. That is the feeling for me right now, Ma. And how at the end of it, only what Bhagavan said is the truth, and he's proven it on the battlefield as the war is going on. As latest as 15th of August, a few days back, the war was raging in Trishulam. We were also broken. And once again, we went up to Bhagavan and said, do we really need to be there? It is just one person's word. And everyone would like Bhagavan's body to be safe, and everyone would like the mission to be safe. So why don't we just leave it, And Bhagavan said, once again, I want you guys to learn. I want you guys to learn to stand by cosmic principles, come what may. And then my mind went back to when we asked Annapurniyachi way back in 2010, when the media barons and deep state elements were vying for the property. They wanted to grab it to build an airport there. And Bhagavan said, it is my word to her, to one devotee. If she's willing to change her stand, it is up to her. I will go with it. And when we went back to Annapurniyachi, she said the same word. She said, I have left it at Bhagavan's feet, and I trust Bhagavan will make it happen come what may. She said it in 2010. And we're now 13 years later. She's not in the body anymore. What she knew in her heart, in her simple heart, and what she expressed is what it is finally. That is the truth. That was the strength of her connection with Bhagavan. And between them, the trust between the two of them, now Bhagavan has simply demonstrated. We're seeing the court order today. We didn't understand at that time.
Yes,
but we understand
just right
today.
now, I wanted to read also the responses from the participants here. So many of them have posted, so many of them are joining us to celebrate this victory. I see Ma Hongli Wong, Ma Hongzu has posted Dharma wins, and Ma Idil Lemo has posted gratitude to the entire Sangha of KAILΑSA temple in Trishulam, and great news, and thank you for sharing the great news. And so many people have posted about what you are feeling about this. Please understand, it is the result of the perseverance that Swamiji has shown, the unwavering commitment that Swamiji stands by for Hinduism. This is not an independent standalone incident. This just demonstrates time and again Swamiji's commitment, the way Swamiji stands for each time. And today, no matter what comes, whether there is an attack, whether there's a lawfare, whether there's a media trial, whatever happens, even something to the worst extent like an assassination attempt, each time Swamiji has stood so strong on his grounds to stand by Dharma. Nothing has ever made Swamiji think, oh, it's just easier for me to, say I can't do it and I don't need to face all this persecution. Swamiji always has that option, but never once has Swamiji even wavered a little bit, not even thought or expressed any kind of a doubt, saying I will not be able to do it, or I may not be able to fulfill this commitment. Not at all. Like Ma Bhakti was saying, even when we went back, even when she said, even when she went back and told Swamiji, it's okay, Swamiji, I'll speak to my family, no need for Swamiji to build the temple. Swamiji said, no matter of that, no question of going back on the word. That is Swamiji's commitment. We can see how Swamiji actually made it a temple with deities, annadan happening, And this is all free organic sattvic meals being distributed to children and school going kids, and homa being performed, conducted for the community around, for the peace of the community, for the well-being. We can see grand pujas, grand yajnas, homas, all of these were offered completely for free for all the devotees and all the common public from around to come and benefit from these extraordinary sevas that were offered. So many people had been benefiting from this, and despite of all this, there were continuous relentless attacks that were happening. The mob lynching, the destruction of the whole campus. Each time, Swamiji only came back, built it again and again and again. And finally, here we have justice is served. Mahongsu is saying very inspiring, empowering, very completing.
I just remember one thing that Swamiji says, universe has no choice but to follow me. I mean, look at the strength with which Swamiji, no matter what, come what may, he just stands by his vision, mission, sacrifices everything else, going on, contributing. And now we see Paramashiva can never lose. Understand? Actually, today's darshan that we are going to be having the darshan of Bhagavan Tripurantaka Murthy. If you see the story of the darshan we are going to be having today is where there will be three asuras who will get a boon, saying they'll be indestructible and they can be destroyed only with one arrow, which can destroy them only if all they have three separate floating cities, and only if they all come in one alignment, they can be destroyed. And understand, Paramashiva, it all takes one smile from Paramashiva to destroy the whole thing, destroy all three of them. But he just waits, gives them the chance, tells them, let them also enjoy, let them also play all their dramas. That's all what happens. Finally, Paramashiva always wins, and that is what he shows us every single time. Despite of the most brutal persecution ever faced by any human being, Swamiji has gone through it, continuing to go through it, but he shows us all by living that he will not give up on his vision, he will not give up on his mission, he will not give up on us, no matter what. Now, as a Hindu, how do each of you feel? This success is not a success just of one individual Adinam. It is a success of all of us Hindus. It is all of us, every single one of us that are sitting here. It is all of us being successful by one person, Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's great sacrifice. His tireless hard work, he is doing this just for each one of us. Already again, the services have continued. The services in KAILΑSA, Trishulam has not stopped. The sannyasi has not stopped living over there. The enlightenment ecosystem getting built has not stopped. Understand? Even now, Swamiji is continuing everything over there. This is the way how Swamiji lives. The kind of brutal attacks and the kind of persecution we all have faced in KAILΑSA Trishulam is not a joke.
It's not a joke, Ma. Way back in 2017, one of the largest attacks happened on KAILΑSA Trishulam. We were there on the there at that time. There were a series of attacks, and then in between, two huge attacks, one in broad daylight and one at night time. And you're seeing in front of you, actually, as I'm talking about it, they did every conceivable, inconceivable way of attack. They actually, hundreds of them entered our property with crude weapons. It was like rock stones, chains, rods, and they just raised the whole property to the ground. Any bit of infrastructure they saw, they actually smashed it. Right from the water tanks to the electricity, to the CCTVs, to our laptops, our computers, they entered our work areas. We were in containers at that time, the container offices and rooms.
Yes, actually, Ma, we can see here the violence of the mob as they are overturning the whole vehicle. This was the same Ratham that went around the campus, distributed free food. These are the same monks who were healing the entire community there. And you can see their stays broken, glasses are shattered, and they're in the fear of their life. They were all just sitting here and there. The entire campus, bit by bit, was demolished. You can see the Ratham, how it is destroyed, how the same vehicle that served the free food, that distributed, made so many healing services around. You can see how the mob instigated. Each of these are not the common public. Please be aware, these are all the henchmen planted there. And we can see how they all came. They were destroying every piece of evidence there. You can see how they're breaking the CCTV cameras, all the footages. You can see how they are breaking the structure, the temple inside which all the monks were staying, the monastery campus inside which a simple monastery campus, it is just a simple thatched roof, a container, and you can see how these people are breaking the CCTV cameras to destroy the evidence. And after all these attacks, justice has been served. The mob henchmen instigated by the anti-Hindu deep state elements threw stones. You can see how they're throwing the stones at our sannyasis. Our women were raped. Our sannyasis were brutally beaten, and they were stoned. The whole campus was brought to grounds by a group of henchmen, an angry mob instigated by the deep state elements. The very same people who are supposed to protect the deep state stood silently and watched as the whole attack unfolded.
Actually, I just wanted to
Ma, the
highlight something
property-
very, very important over here that, I just wanted to highlight something over here. Ma, Bhaktika, you were there during this attack in 2017 when this happened. You were there, right? And how, at that time, I know the kind of attacks, it is something unthinkable. But, and if
Yes.
any normal person would have been faced with that attack, they would be even psychologically broken, shattered, and sometimes even ended their lives. Like, because it's in multiple levels, right? I just wanted to ask you now, what made you and all the other sannyasis, because this is a question that's I keep seeing many of the participants also ask. Because if anyone else was there, people would have just felt like, oh God, I don't want to go through all of these. I'll just give up. I don't want to be a sannyasi, and may drop off and go. But what is that, what Swamiji was responding, and how did Swamiji, heal each one of you, empower each one of you, which made you feel like, hey, no matter what, I'm not going to give up on this. Come what may, I'm going to just live what my guru, my Swamiji is telling me to live. And I know Swamiji is there to protect me. What is it that? What is that which was continuously making all of you, even though you all were also faced with such brutality, what did Swamiji do? What was Swamiji's response, which made you feel like, I am going to continue being here and I'm going to stand with Swamiji? Because, like, what is that? Because, like, what was it? Can you share a few words on that?
Ma, actually, the way the events were unfolding, it was happening very, very fast. One attack after the other, one attack after the other. Literally every day we were running to the police station with some complaint or the other. One day, it would be hurting our religious sentiments. And then the next day, it would be accusing our male sannyasis of outrating the modesty of their women, the attackers. Another day, it would be like different sections of the IPC of the Indian Penal Code. They were trying to frame us. And then these huge physical, brutal attacks that you just now saw happen. As this was happening, like you were asking, what is it that made us stand through it? When there was not even, the beauty of it was the way Swamiji empowered us. There was not even an iota of thought in us about stepping back or any bit of fear or any feeling of overwhelmed by the attack, because this doesn't happen in your normal life. Literally, we've seen it only in horror movies, right? But this was happening in our own home. Like hundreds of people just coming on your face with all crude weapons and hurling things at you, and this doesn't happen in normal life. But the way Swamiji has trained us all these years spiritually, the way he has nurtured us spiritually, all of that we felt it. That is what stood by us. Then only we realized Swamiji has done a huge job inside each one of us, which we ourselves don't know about. Only when such a
Actually, I just
situation
want to-
comes, we are waking up to it. When there is a normal day, you don't wake up to it. But when you're faced with something like this, which, like you said, people outside cannot even conceive, they would have probably just fled out of their own property. Even if it is their own property, they would not have been able to stand there because the attack was so physical and so brutal. So they would have probably left their own property. It is Swamiji's spiritual depth that he has given us, even without our own knowledge all these years, that made us to stand. And even now, when I think back, how did I withstand it? Even I don't know. Even I'm surprised
that
how
actually is the
did I
statement.
withstand it.
Exactly. Actually, I just want to highlight something over here, which is this is being Swamiji's sannyasi. This is exactly what your life is, to be as Swamiji's sannyasi. Understand, no matter what. Yes, it was a brutal persecution, but Swamiji will ensure he will take all the arrows on him. He will just shield you. He will stand as a shield for you, protecting you. He'll take all the arrows on him and end. He will only give the credit to you. This is the life that each one of us have been living as Swamiji Sannyasi. If any of you here who feels like, I want to be a part of this cause, and if you are still not married, if you're single, jump right in. Understand, this is like, I saw a comment the other day. Someone had posted saying this is like a jackpot we are having. Yes, it is, because here you have Paramashiva, who's in the physical form with us. Any of you, who are feeling resonating with this, jump right in. Understand, like you will be able to be a part of this grand success of Paramashiva, because there is nothing you can see 200%, you can be sure Paramashiva will always win. And Swamiji tells
beautifully that no matter what comes, society will hate you, rate you, judge you, abuse you, attack you. But beyond all that, what makes you stand makes you what you are. And we can see, no matter whatever the society does, Swamiji has always stood back just with one principle, simple and straightforward principle. Swamiji stands back just to contribute, contribute, and contribute. Just that integrity is the strength. That is why, because it is this integrity, this commitment that is a foundation of Kailasa. No matter what attacks came, no matter what persecutions has been happening, not once, nobody has been able to shake even one part of Kailasa, because Swamiji has laid Kailasa with his integrity as a foundation. That is why it is the most unshakable and it can never be broken.
all those
not only that,
whoever
the
want to be a
huge-
part
the,
of this grand cause, whoever want to be a part of this victory of Paramashiva, jump right in. If you want to dedicate your entire life, go ahead, jump for sannyas. Take sannyas right now. You can declare from your side, whoever wants to take it up, you can jump right in. And all those, who feels like, I want to really do something, I may not be able to apply for sannyas right away, but I can contribute economically. Go ahead. This is a clarion call from Paramashiva. Jump right in, become a serving epitajaman. Swamiji says, you don't need anything else except for strong intention. He will manifest the wealth for you. Don't withdraw yourself or hold yourself back due to any of your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. You have an intention. If this today's news, if it is exciting you, know very clearly this clarion call from Paramashiva is for you. Jump right in, take up. You can jump now. Fill up your intention. Whoever wants to become a serving epitajaman, go right now and jump up, sign up, become a serving epitajaman. You will see the way how Swamiji will manifest for you, the way how Paramashiva will just shower you, because all it takes is strong intention. Now, all the participants that are here with us right now, take a few minutes, go jump and be a part of this huge cause that Paramashiva himself has come down for. Understand, he does not need any of us. He does not need you, me, anyone. But this whole Leela he is doing just so that all of us can also have an opportunity to be a part of it. Understand, when he came down as Sri Ramachandra Prabhu, just in his age of 14 and 15, single-handedly, he demolishes some of the most terrifying asuras all by himself. Just he and with his younger brother Lakshmana, they destroy the demons. Single-handedly, they destroy. Just chanting one Ramanama, Hanuman is able to fly crossing the ocean. So he does not, as Rama, he didn't need anyone to come support him, help him. Nothing was needed for him. But he wanted to give every being the opportunity to be a part of his Leela. That is why he gathered all the beings, including monkeys, bears, and squirrels, just so that they can be a part of his mission and get the punya of being a part of his mission. Understand? None of us are needed. And just Swamiji is just 46. He has already made a nation happen for Hindus. And every war, we can keep saying Swamiji is winning and he'll continue to win. He's Paramashiva who has descended for all of us. Here the call is whether you want to be a part of it. Understand? You can, whatever might be the background of you, whichever walk of life you're from, that does not matter. If you have the intention that is enough, he will shower it upon you. Whoever feels like, I really want to be a part of it, I am so excited, just even listening to this, jump up right now. You can jump right now, you can sign up and become a part of KAILΑSA. Who all here want to really be a part of KAILΑSA? Who want to be a part of this grand, victorious happening, the mission and vision of Paramashiva? Take a moment, go ahead and sign up. You all can take a few minutes, quickly go and sign up. The links are posted in your chat. The support desk team will be posting. You also have it right here projected. Take a moment now. Become a Sarvangapita Yajaman. You can go, and if you want to take your first step, go ahead and sign up in events.kailasa.org/payment. If you have an intention, you need support, but you really have an intention, go ahead and sign up in sksjp.org. Take a moment now. I request all of you to go ahead and take your action now. This is the best time so that you can be a part of this victorious happening.
Okay, so yes, so nothing like
who all here want to take it up, who all here want to be a part of it. I request all those who want to be a part of it to sign up, to post in the chat, who all feel like, yes, I really want to do it. Even if you have signed up before, but you really have a very strong intention now saying that I want to make it happen. Come on, take a moment and post it in the chat. We all just learned we all had a very empowering session where Swamiji explained to us about being your own boss, and Swamiji is living that and showing to all of us. I request all of you, all the participants here, take a moment. Whoever is feeling that, yes, I really want to be a part of it, go ahead and post it in the chat.
you, rate you, judge you.
Today is a real moment of celebration for KAILΑSA and Trishulam, and a real moment of celebration for not only KAILΑSA but for the whole of Hinduism. Any celebration for KAILＡSA is a celebration for whole of Hinduism. One thing I would really like to share here, since I've seen this whole journey of success for KAILΑSA and Trishulam, right from the time the property was given to Bhagavan, up to all the attacks year after year, and now this landmark order that we've received, the joy, I'm really reliving the joy of the moment when my grandma handed over the property to Bhagavan, because the whole thing, there is so much of spiritual depth in this entire thing that has happened over the years, and so much of fulfillment at the being level, and so much that each one of us have gained through whatever happened ever since this property was given, and so much of service to the people through this property. Bhagavan has placed some of the most beautiful life-size deities in KAILΑSA Trishulam. In fact, and the gir cows in the Goshala there. In fact, we have people who come in just to take a look at the deities because they're towering deities. And they come just to take a look at the Goshala and the gir cows. I mean, the place is just a place bubbling with joy all the time. And the energy that the place carries, it's doubly fulfilling for me because it's my pre-monastic property and given to Bhagavan, and I am here as a sannyasi and serving from that very land and learning my lessons on the same land, and today this huge success. So when I look back, I'm reminded of the lives of so many, the stories of so many enlightened masters. Whatever they've shared, it's all come true in my own life today. From the dimension of service, seva, from the dimension of, today, whatever best humanity is enjoying is what Hinduism has given. There is no doubt about that. So what can I give back to Hinduism? There is really nothing I can give back. I can only offer whatever little I have and then be a part of the whole happening and enjoy. That's all. And whatever you give to Hinduism, whatever you give to Bhagavan, you get back fold as causeless joy and bliss and learning and growth in your own life. So today, I once again relive the joy of offering this property to Bhagavan. I just wanted to share that today with all of you. Yes, Ma, go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, actually, I just wanted to add to it. One thing that I really love, like whenever I see the Leelas that Swamiji does, right? If you see from the time for eons that Paramashiva that he has been doing in all the 9 months lives, it's always like almost you'll feel like, oh God, why is it happening like this? Read every 9 months lives, you'll feel like they just push to that thing, and then suddenly Paramashiva will come and say, hey, it's just me, I am there. And you see that's exactly he does even to this day in every single Leela that he does. Always you'll feel like, oh God, like it's what's going on. And then he just says, it's me, I am just taking care, don't worry. Understand all those who wants to be a part of this grand happening. The victorious happening become a part now.
Today, the darshan that we are all going to be receiving, the darshan of Tripurantaka Murthy, represents exactly this principle of Paramashiva. How he makes everyone, he gives an opportunity for everyone to become a part of his grand mission. Let us all now chant the Dhyana Shloka of Tripurantaka Murthy. चतुर्भुजं त्रिनेत्रं च मग्रं परशुधारिणं धनुर्बाणुं समायुक्तम् उमया सहितं तथा सर्वाभरणसंयुक्तं दिव्याभरणसमान्वितं पत्रं ददं वामकर्णे दक्षिणे कुण्डलान्वितम् उपवीतसमायुक्तं समभङ्गयुतं शिवम् जटामकुटसंयुक्तं विलसद्वितमृदाङ्गकम् एवं त्रिपुरसंहारं रूपं प्रोक्तमहात्मभिः. The next is the Dhyana Shloka of Vrishabharudha Murthy. सर्वे स्याद्वक्रतुण्डान्वितकतककरं गोपतेः पृष्ठसमस्थं वामस्थर्ध्यं सदक्षं वरकरयुगले टङ्कमुक्ष्रं दधानं फालस्ताक्षं प्रसन्नं त्रिनयनलसितं भदवेणीकिरीटम् वामे गौर्या समेतं नमतः शुभकरं तं वृषभारूढमीशम्. वृषभान्तिकमूर्ति. चतुर्भुजं त्रिनेत्रं च मग्रं परशुधारिणं धनुर्बाणुसमायुक्तम् उमया सहितं तथा सर्वाभरणसंयुक्तं दिव्याभरणसमावृतं पत्रं ददं वामकर्णे दक्षिणे कुण्डलान्वितम् उपवीतसमायुक्तं समभङ्गयुतं शिवम् जटामकुटसंयुक्तं विलसद्विद्रुमागकम्. Now, in the same space, let us all get ready to receive the darshan of Tripurantaka Murthy, Vrishabharudha Murthy and Vrishabhantika Murthy forms of Paramashiva. Let us chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Alive being, drop your form into his form and dissolve. Remember, you are a Sarupya Mukta, means your form is dissolved into his form. All my disciples, now I am initiating Salokya Mukti, Samipya Mukti, Sarupya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Nithyanandam. After this very, very beautiful darshan of Tripurantaka Murthy, Rishabharudha Murthy, and Rishabhantika Murthy forms of Paramashiva, all of us have been blessed with this most beautiful, most powerful, most serene, yet most intense darshan of Tripurantaka Murthy. I think every word, every blessing that Swamiji gave today was so powerful, right? Especially the initiation, just to connect to Swamiji's three eyes and to be able to have the darshan of KAILΑSA through that. Wow. Every one of us that are sitting here, today we've been initiated into one of the most beautiful and one of the most powerful powers to be able to manifest. We've all been initiated to be able to manifest the power of silicon, where being able to have the complete power, ability to alter, control a silicon device just through our conscious will. Actually, with today's darshan, with today's initiation, we're all really blessed with the software of the inner space of the leadership consciousness, being your own boss.
What a boon. What an amazing blessing. I mean, I know still all of us are just wowed in that darshan, which was literally a feast that we enjoy through our being. Such an auspicious, beautiful darshan. I see everywhere, like all the Zooms, I see white smiles, whether it's Ma Geetanjali or Ma Susan, Ma Yoga Malar, any Zoom I'm seeing, every camera and thing is like white smiles. Today's darshan was just wow. It's too amazing. I know still we are rejoicing, enjoying in that sweetness, soaking in that bliss. Come on. Now, using this bliss, we are going to be manifesting the powers. Did you all do that process Swamiji gave? Connecting to Swamiji's third eye? Because today, this powerful initiation will receive directly has awakened our third eye. And we are going to be able to manifest the powers with a breakthrough. So let's all enter into it.
Swamiji has given an amazing software, an amazing science behind this power. We're all manifesting the power over the silicon device, meaning like being able to command through the third eye, being able to manifest anything that you want with the silicon, like whether you want to download an image, whether you want to download a picture, a photograph, whatever you want, you can do it through the third eye in this in a silicon device. Silicon device means any electronic gadget. So Swamiji tells very beautifully that this circuit, this particular circuit, is not through the length, breadth, and depth, which needs to be plugged into the third eye. It is through the Mooladhara chakra. So even if you think you have an eroded third eye, and you think like, anyone can manifest powers, but not me. This science, this power is for you. Because without even if you believe your third eye is not awakened, you can manifest this power because it is through the Hara center. Swamiji tells anybody alive can manifest it because this power is directly your consciousness over the matter. It is directly connected to the Hara center. So the Hara center is the exact point right above your Swadhisthana and below your Manipuraka. As you all can see in the picture, this region is the Hara center. Actually, this particular power that we're all going to be manifesting directly works through the Hara center. The circuit is connected to the Hara center, and that is from where we'll be manifesting. And the next point for all of us to understand and remember is this circuit is applied for anything which you visualize. You can download it in silicon matter or any particular command you want to give to a silicon device. With, for example, downloading an image or unlocking the phone, all of these you will be able to manifest just by this power. So shall we all enter into the power manifestation? Have you all understood the science behind it?
And also very important announcement to all the participants. Tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we have a very special event happening. We have the Pattabhishekam that's going to be happening, and we will be having a special darshan of Swamiji. So do not miss out, 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So make sure you're here tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be we are going to be celebrating the coronation ceremony, and we are going to be having the live darshan of Swamiji tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So make sure you're tuning in. You all can convert it to your local times. Tomorrow morning, that is 25th August 2023, 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So just wanted to also inform and announce to all the participants that are tuned in right now.
Now, if you all have understood the science, can I request everyone to please post in the chat if you all have understood the science behind this power manifestation, this particular one? Have you all understood the exact science behind this power? So this power is independent of the third eye. Just through your conscious will. Any electronic gadget, please understand, all electronic devices are all based on silicon, right? Silicon is one of the base material. Now, all the silicon, the base material of the silicon is earth element. It's directly mud. It is taken from mud. Now, this power, since it's directly connected to the earth element, it is very easy. The silicon device receives your command and it processes it and it executes it. So that's a simple science. And the second important thing is that it is connected to your Hara center. So Hara center, once again, I'll project, and I request every one of you to take a look at it once. This is your Hara center. The circuit of this power manifestation is directly connected to your Hara center. The point below your navel center and just above the Swadhisthana chakra, the area that's circled in the image that you all can see. So this particular circuit is what we will be working with when we are manifesting this power. Now, what exactly you're going to do? What does this power mean? Without touching the phone, you being able to operate anything you want in this device is this power. So all of us are going to be manifesting this power. Can I request every one of you to take your phone, and you're going to be placing your phone, if you have a Kristashila, on the Kristashila, or have if you have the Kristashila is basically the granite slab. If you have the granite slab, please place it on the granite slab. If not, please place it on the energized mirror. If not, just keep it on the ground in front of you. Make sure that the phone is locked and the voice recognition or the face recognition should be off. See, basically you're going to be unlocking the phone without touching it. That's the whole manifestation, the power that you're going to be manifesting in this round. You're going to be unlocking the phone without touching it. Clear? Okay, so please place the silicon device. It can be phone, it can be tablet, it could be anything. It doesn't matter. It need not be only a phone. It could be anything. So please keep a silicon device in front of you. And once you place a silicon device, once you keep that in, the next step is you're going to be manifesting. Write a command, conscious will, for this power, since it's directly connected to your Hara center. You're going to be just bringing your awareness to your Hara center, connect to Swamiji. Place any electronic gadget in front of you. Make sure it's locked. There's no auto unlock, face recognition, or voice recognition. It should just be through your conscious will. With your conscious will, just command for the device to unlock. And this command should not be verbal or physical. It should just purely be connecting through the third eye, your conscious will, because it is consciousness over the matter. So consciously just command, just through your consciousness, just will that the phone should unlock, and look at the phone. Actually, you will see it will respond to you. It'll take a little time, but it'll respond to you. Just sit now and manifest it. Connect to Swamiji immediately, right after this darshan, we will be able to manifest. Now, start chanting the Mahavakya and manifest. Actually, Ma Vimala Nambiyar and Surendra Ayya, both of you can sit now. Swamiji has blessed both of you to manifest with third eye. Just sit now. You will intensely start manifesting. Ma Atma Prema, and in particular, Swamiji had blessed Surendra Ayya and Ma Vimala Nambiyar. Just sit. You will be able to immediately manifest the power of third eye. Ayya. Just tie your eye band, and both of you can sit with each other and you can show each other numbers, pictures, anything, and you can scan for each other. But Daniel, you're asking what device? It could be any device. It can be phone, it can be a tablet, it could be anything, Ma. Ma Tatiana, you're not going to be switching off the phone. You're only going to be unlocking the phone. Listen carefully. You're not going to be turning off the phone. You're only going to be unlocking the phone. Malita Sege, that's right. Device must be on, but it will not be unlocked. It should be locked. If you do not have a lock, please enable a lock, because this power is about unlocking your device without touching it. But Tatiana Hughes, you don't need to really put on a airplane mode, ma. You can just unlock it. Make sure you can lock it. Actually, my Lita Sege, it doesn't matter. You can give any command to the phone. But we are just doing in this round with unlocking and locking. You can just give any command to the phone. Don't give up. It is simple consciousness over matter. You can simply do it very easily.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda
How many of you have manifested?
Paramashivoham.
Beautiful. Now, there's a very beautiful science behind manifesting this power. What makes us manifest? How we can manifest? Let us listen to this revelation from Swamiji on the science of third eye.
Third eye, one of the most discussed, analyzed, debated, argued, and most misunderstood subject. Please understand, what is third eye? Let me define. Third eye is an intra-organ. You really have it, which can be awakened, which can directly be part of your day-to-day life. Third eye and awakening the third eye is not just mystical alone. It can be directly experienced in your very physical plane. It has a clear, defined powers which can add to your day-to-day life, not just exploring the mystical path and spiritual experiences. It can directly help you experience so many extraordinary things in your day-to-day life. Almost all religions, all spiritual groups, whether it is ancient and tribal based or very modern secret groups, all spiritual groups have worked on third eye because that's the most easiest, most powerful way of awakening yourself to the higher dimensions. Awakening yourself to the higher dimensions whatever you are seeing with these two eyes are not reality and not enough. Please understand, whatever you see with the two eyes are not reality and not enough. Third eye makes you see the higher reality externally in your day-to-day life and internally in your life and death journey. Third eye is one of the powerful energy center in your body. It is located between both eyebrows, where I have this red color kumkum. To tell you honestly, there are some subjects when I start speaking about, I am stuck for words because so much need to be told. So much need to be told. Whatever introduction I am giving it to you about third eye looks very pearl, very little. When I see the reality of the third eye, I can say it is just third eye. Everything is centered on third eye, whether the lifestyle practices or rituals or spiritual practices belong to all spiritual traditions. Everything is centered on third eye. Awakening the third eye makes you immediately experience God. I can say God minus third eye is man, man plus third eye is God. God minus third eye is man, man plus third eye is God. Third eye is called Chakra Raja, king of chakras. That's the last chakra. The crown center is not actually chakra, it's an opening. The third eye is the last chakra, an ultimate chakra in your body. All the different energy centers in your body is ruled by third eye chakra. It's called Ajna chakra in Sanskrit. It means literally the seat of the will power. Will. Ajna means will. That's the seat of the will power. Ajna chakra. Will power. Chakra Raja. The third eye is the king of all chakras, energy centers. If that one energy center can be awakened, all the energy centers can be awakened. That is why in Hindu tradition, the various pilgrimage centers are identified with the different chakras. But Varanasi, the pilgrimage center of Hinduism, is associated with the third eye. That is called as a third eye center. The Ajna Chakra Sthala, Varanasi. People ask me, what happens to you when you activate your third eye? Actually, I can't say. You can't explain to a born blind man what happens to him when he gets the vision. How much ever you try, you can't explain all the dimensions. Actually, when you activate the third eye, only then the real vision about the life happens to you. You start seeing the reality. You start seeing the truth as it is. Seeing only with two eyes and living, making decisions, seeing through the third eye, living and making decisions, these two lifestyles can never be compared. I can't even say, with the awakening of the third eye, you will get a lot of intuition power or other spiritual powers. No. Let me be very honest. When you awaken the third eye, your whole life will be different. What ordinary people call as intuition will be your lifestyle. What individuals call as spiritual powers, that will be your lifestyle. It is not easy to describe the difference. I am telling you, the truths about the third eye was never believed by mass because it seems too good to be true. Too good to be true. When I declared, if your third eye is awakened, you can see with closed eyes. Your ordinary two eyes are not required for seeing or perceiving, recognizing things. People felt it was too good to be true. When I declared at the age of 12, when I had the third eye awakening, With closed eyes, I was able to see 360 degree. People really felt it was too good to be true. When your third eye is awakened, not just your intuition will be awakened. Just understand this one example. A person who is standing in a road and seeing both sides. How much he can see? He may be able to see 100 meter this side, 100 meter this side. But if a person is standing on the 10th floor and seeing the same road, he can see 1 kilometer this side, 1 kilometer that side. So a person who is standing on the 10th floor, if he says a lorry is coming or a Benz car is coming, the person who is standing on the ground, he will think, no, it is not there. How can he say it is coming? Few minutes, it will come. So the person who is standing on the ground will think the person who is standing on the 10th floor is having intuition. It is not intuition, it is in tune with reality. When your third eye is awakened, you will be able to see everything from the higher plane. So you will be in tune with the reality. People ask me, can it help me in my material growth? I tell you, it will help you in everything. In your health, you will be able to see through your body. I have seen so many siddhas. They will just scan their body with a closed eye. They know where the problem is and heal it. Very soon you can expect my kids doing X-ray and scanning. You will see they will be demonstrating. Just by seeing a person, they will diagnose them. These powers of awakening third eye will help you to achieve health, and not only you will be able to diagnose, you will be able to just command your body to get back to health, because the third eye is the seat of willpower. When Kundalini is activated there, when third eye is activated there, to tell you honestly, the moment third eye is activated, Kundalini is activated, alive in your third eye, you can get anything you will. That is why it is called Anya Chakra. Your will be honored by the cosmos. Your will be honored by the cosmos. When I utter through words, it looks too good to be true. But life itself is too good to be true. Understand, life is not curse. Life is not just good. It is too good to be true. Third eye is an intra-organ, just like both your eyes, which has cords and nerves. First. Second, the consciousness you are using to operate these two eyes, called chakshu, the same consciousness only needs to be used to operate third eye also. And third, listen, when you start experiencing, all this basic introduction is needed for you. So don't think when basic introductions are given, oh, this is not necessary. No. It is needed for you. When you are going to operate some part of you, you need a thorough introduction. See, without reading the owner's manual also you can operate a car, but you will only be knowing the basic things. Like iPhone. Without reading the owner's manual, you can operate, but you will be only calling, nothing else. Still, many of the Indian rich villages use the iPhone only for calling. They will be having it, but they don't use anything else other than making phone call. Understand? Agamas and Upanishads are owner's manual for you. Even if you don't read, you will be alive, no doubt. You will eat, digest, sleep, die. You will fight when you are hungry. You will love when your hormonal pressure has increased. They say, the one-liner I read, make love, not war. If you insist you want to do both, then get married. So you may just take birth, eat, digest, have a few kids and disappear. Without reading the owner's manual also you can survive, but it is only surviving, not living. Surviving, not living. And if you read the owner's manual, know what you are going to do with all the dimensions available to you, all the apps available to you. See, if you open it on your own, I don't know how long. If I am going to open it for you, how much it takes for you to open your two eyes? So that much only it takes. If you are going to open it on your own, I do not know how long it will take. Whether it will open at all or not, even that I don't know. But if you are going to ask me to open it, I will tell you, I need time. Only how much time you take to open your two eyes. Actually, whether you are a kid or adult, opening your third eye takes only a second for me. The problem with adults is you have calcified your third eye so much. Little time is required only to remove that calcification, nothing else. Only to remove the calcification, it takes little time, nothing else. Actually, when your third eye opens, your whole face radiates something called grace. I'll strongly recommend these 2-3 small activities. Every night have aritaki powder, half teaspoon. So that cleanses all the fluoride calcification in your third eye. And before going to bed, take little turmeric or kumkum. Apply it mix it in water. Like a paste, nicely rub. See, fluoride and turmeric both have a quality of penetrating your body through skin. Fluoride goes and calcifies, turmeric goes and decalcifies. In those days, in Hinduism, women used to apply turmeric in their face in the night time and early morning. Now all the dirty, Fair and Lovely, what all? I don't know what all they apply. Now I don't know. In those days, women used to apply. I have seen my mother and all, she will rub in stone. In the bathrooms, there will be a small stone. On that, the turmeric will be there, like this big seed, and they will rub that. Night time they will apply once, and early morning when they take bath they will apply once. it removes all the calcification, either by your water or by food. The calcification settles, will be removed. You will have very bright awakened third eye. I strongly recommend, even for men, in the night time, who is going to see you? Who is going to see you in the night time? So, even men can apply on the forehead. Not just applying, you have to rub. So it penetrates through the skin and decalcifies. These few things will really help when I awaken your third eye to keep it awakened. If the calcification is removed, keeping it highly active will be easy if you clean up your forehead with a organic. Please go for organic turmeric and organic kumkum. Kumkum is nothing but processed turmeric. You can use even kumkum, no problem. Anyone is okay. Turmeric or kumkum, even men. It will really help to clean your third eye and decalcify the calcification. Please understand. You are given a direction. You are given a right direction. That's the right word I'll use. For your manana, contemplation, for your internalizing. You are given a conscious direction. What you are supposed to do to experience the ultimate consciousness is described in this verse. Pure consciousness is all pervasive. Even the moment you meditate, you just know. You are something more than the body, because all pervasiveness, the amount you can experience, only that much you can visualize. Please understand. Physical things, for example, this seat, this asana, even if you don't experience what it is made of and how it feels, you can see it. You can grasp it. But the more and more things become subtle, it's the depth of your experience, how much you feel one with it, that much only you will know it. For example, physical, I already gave the example. You don't have to become one with this seat to see this seat or to use this seat, but a mental idea. You may need to become one with that idea to grasp the emotion and context behind that idea. Spiritually, how much you experience oneness with that idea, that much only you will even understand it. If there is a thought or a poetry about love, it's a thought. The level you experience that emotion, that much only you will understand those words uttered, the thought current. Otherwise you will be like, that day I shared the story of Shiva sitting with Vandi and eating the roadside idli. One of my Swamis said the moral of the story is, even Mahadeva ate roadside idli. Eating roadside idli is not wrong. When you don't understand the emotion, this is the word, this is the meaning you will make for the words. Understand? How much you are able to grasp, that much only you will be able to experience. That's the beauty of the definition of consciousness by Upanishads. You can never make a statue out of what Upanishads declare as consciousness. You can never act as if you grasped without grasping. No. You can never make a mantra out of it. You can never form a dead ritual out of Upanishads. Any ritual you develop out of Upanishads has to be alive. I tell you, that is why Agamas are so alive. You can't make the Agamas dead. How much ever you try to kill them, again and again we will happen and make it as alive. Agamas can never be dead. Nigama means Vedas. Agama means applied Vedas. User-friendly version of Vedas. manual how to use Vedas is Agama. Please understand, pure consciousness is all pervasive. Meditate on it. What is it? All pervasive. Is it ocean? No. Even water is not all pervasive. Is it air? No. Beyond the Valimandala, the air field, it's not all pervasive. Then what is the all pervasive? Space? No. Like space. Because even in our space only there are some few billion planets. But universe is much beyond few billion planets we have ever understood or imagined. Vyakta, avyakta, manifest and unmanifest. Manifested and unmanifested. Vyakta, avyakta. Manifest and unmanifest. Meditate on it. Meditate on it. Meditate on it. Pure consciousness is all pervasive, beyond the coming and going, absolute radiant and self-effulgent, unembodied, boundaryless, whole. Listen, just if you are honestly seeing yourself, you will understand most of the time you hypnotize yourself to believe you are intense just to dump that action. Oh, I was intense, I am intense, I tried my best with all my intensity, it's not working out, let me go to something else. Just for that you use the word intensity. How many of you agree what I am saying? Most of your intensity is ego's delusion. Alright, tell me, what is intensity? Word which has no meaning but puts you in a space as if it has meaning is delusion. I should say persistence, not intensity. I have seen people, it is persistent people who are successful, not the so-called intense people. The so-called intensity is all like emotional ups and downs. I have seen people, I have seen enough of intense people. But they will not have persistence. I have seen people saying, give me sannyas now. Intensity. Okay, I'll give you krama brahmacharya and take sannyas after 1 year. No persistence. No, then I don't want. Go. Understand, persistence makes your will into reality. Persistence is the scale of even measuring your intensity. Just intensity is nothing more than a cup of coffee. When you drink Texas size Starbucks coffee, everything will be intense. You can't sit, you can't sleep, you can't do anything, you will be just intense. Soon you will see. The biggest problem, if I force you to do tapas, hard tapas, you will have so much of ego satisfaction and feel, yes, I have to do this. Just to do the tapas, you will be stable. Because here I am doing everything, you feel bored, and you don't even have the patience for me to manifest the whole thing. Now that is where the whole problem is. I tell you, it is not that at that time people did not believe what I claim and declare I will make it into reality. They believed. But impatience is a throbhava, delusion with which they are covered. Do not allow, understand. In ordinary yoga, your struggle, your collapsing, all these are the ups and downs. When you are with the master, because you don't need to do anything, your mind creates imaginary problems. Actually, because you don't have a real problem, you are creating imaginary problems. Imaginary problems are only called delusion. Everything, from the time you wake up to till you go to bed, purifying your whole muscle memory is what Mahadeva is teaching through Charya. Kriya means the spiritual process. The spiritual process. Please understand, Agama is the only science, even though science is a small word, I am using that word. Agama is the only spiritual inner science to manifest anything you want as reality. If you want to bring God into a stone and want to make him live in that stone, there is a kriya. There is a process. If you want to heal your stomach pain, there is a kriya. There is a process. If you want to heal somebody's cancer, there is a kriya. There is a process. If you want to bring rain, there is a kriya, there is a process. If you want to stop the rain, there is a kriya, there is a process. You want to bring the sun, there is a kriya. You want to stop the sun, there is a kriya. Everything. Everything, you can achieve it through the certain kriyas, processes. You may not do all the kriyas, but knowing that science and few kriyas helps you to manifest the reality as you wanted. To manifest the reality as you wanted. to awaken completion in you, to awaken strength in you, to awaken joy in you, to awaken respect for yourself in you. That's one of the best thing Mahadeva does in Agama. He helps you to manifest so many wonderful powers. Anybody who practices Agama develops tremendous respect for themselves, about themselves. It's not ego. Ego will always be based on powerlessness. Respect will be always, self-respect will always be based on powerfulness. Every time when a problem comes in front of me, I only become more powerful by learning and expressing the method and solving it. Legitimacy of the universe, legitimacy of your existence. Understand, legitimacy of the universe is devotion. Legitimacy of your existence is self-respect, self-confidence. Legitimacy of the universe and legitimacy of your existence becomes your reality in Advaita. After that you can play any game, Dvaita, Visishtadvaita, Visishtadvaita Advaita, Dvaita Visishtadvaita, no problem. You can create even your own Vaita, no problem. Advaita will give you legitimate answers about the existence and you. Will bring legitimacy to your existence. Kids need to be brought up with the foundation of Advaita. Advaita grounds you. It just grounds you. I tell you, ground yourself in Advaita. No one can cheat you or exploit you. Upanishad should be taught in all schools. The fundamental truths of Upanishads. A kid, whether he wants just a candy or he is thinking of his future vision, everything he should be grounded on Advaita and cherish and plan. He will be amazingly grounded, I tell you. Advaita makes you loved and wanted with this existence. It will make you feel you are wanted, you are loved, you are cherished. You have a legitimate right to exist. Because you are still able to feel you exist, you are wanted to be exist. If you still feel you exist, your existence is wanted and celebrated. I I tell you, the most important thing a child should have is getting grounded on the existence, the legitimacy of his existence. You see, a child, when he goes through a physical maturity, the biggest thing he will go through, that kid, male or female, will go through is, why am I alive? What is my purpose? Why am I existing? What am I going to do? This why. Understand that why cannot be answered by one answer. That can only be answered by something with which the child grinds himself or herself. I've seen in villages, to make the grinding stone smooth, they will put a tavd. Tavd, I don't know what's the English word. Husk and the lemon juice, they will pour it. And tell the kids only have to sit and grind. To make that grinding stone smooth, if they buy new grinding stone from the shop, it will have the small sharp edges. To clean that up, so that it will not get into our food and get into the stomach, they will ask the kids to clean it up. They will put the husk and lemon juice, and we will have to be sitting and grinding it for morning till night. So all that sharp edges of that grinding machine will be cleared, it will become smooth, and then they will throw this away, clean it up, and then they will start using for all the cooking or the grinding the food items. Same way, system should be ground with the ideas of oneness, truth, Advaita, Satya. Especially when a child goes through that adolescence. Constantly inner thought currents should be all about his existence is legitimate. Understand? If a child is grounded during the adolescence, he will be such a blessing for the world, because he will go on be teaching to the world, you are all grounded, you are all needed, you are all existence, you are all celebrated, you are all welcome. He will be manifesting that Shaktipada. Understand, during the adolescence, if he is given the terrorist ideas, over. All the terrorist manuals teach you don't have a right to exist. You are whatever. You don't have a right to exist. Your existence is a curse on you. Your existence is from the sin. Your existence is from something wrong. Then you are uprooted, frustrated. You are not even accepted by you. So you wait for everyone's acceptance to accept you. That is the fundamental way of keeping a man slave. Anyone who waits for others' acceptance to accept himself is hooked to the greed. Over. Now you have a slave. Society has one more slave. Whoever understands the legitimacy of your existence, you don't need, see, I am not saying do something antisocial, no. But social acceptance is not required for your legitimacy of your existence. static matter, dynamic activity. See, static matter means a small stone in your kidney to the Everest mountain. Everything is static matter. Dynamic activity, water flowing in your bathroom tap to the atomic explosion. Everything is dynamic activity. Strategic existence, your ability to generate a will is what I call strategic existence. Your existence which goes on strategizing beyond your expectation. Just put the will on this cognition. With all my will, I strategically declare. Dynamic activity, static matter is my extension. There is no boundary. I can do what I want with it. I am the ultimate over both. Understand? Now the truth I declared to you all, you can paraphrase. Multiple understandings which comes out of this cognition. That is the source of power manifestation. This is the logi of power manifestation. All of you understand? So the essence of this session, static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence, is one and the same. My strategic existence as power over everything. It may be repetitive, but please put this again as a status. This as your status. This is your state. This is your real status. Fundamentally, I am working on your biomemory. Your means core of your cognitions, where understandings about you and life is stored. I am just working on that cognitions and adding the higher cognitions for them to manifest. If your body is detoxified, just like that it can manifest. The manifestation will be just fantastic. That is why I am insisting so much on detoxification. Being healthy, I can make you manifest more powers. Being healthy helps you to manifest more powers. But somehow you have so much of attachment to being sick. No, the food you choose, the lifestyle you choose, habits you choose, you just search for the habits, food style, lifestyle which will destroy your health, and you start developing liking for them. Our manifestation happens from the space of oneness, and oneness becomes your space, source. Only when you decide to manifest it ferociously, giving a statement to your body and mind, simply they have to listen to your declaration, your will, is Saucha and Santosha. In Niyama, Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, Saucha, Santosha, Tapa, Swadhyaya, Ishvara Pranidhanani cha. Saucha means cleanliness, Santosha means being happy. Fundamentally, Mahadeva says that depth of space, understand, he says very clearly, Kala, Yama cannot tire you or bring boredom to you if something becomes your space. But as long as it is only your imagination, visualization, declaration, Kala, Yama can bring tiredness and boredom to you. When you are manifesting powers, if you become tired or bored, understand still oneness is only up to the declaration level for you, depth level for you. It has not yet become your space. You need to know at least it has not yet become your space, so we can start doing something to make it as your space. Anything which brings tiredness or boredom has not yet become your space. If living in this body brings you tiredness and boredom, you are not going to be living in this body forever. When that becomes too much, you are going to drop it and move ahead. Understand? You can take it rightly, wrongly, good, bad. I am giving you fundamental principles. If you manage not to get tired or bored living in this body, you can live as long as you want. That is what Bhishma has mastered. Bhishma has mastered his hormones. The brahmacharya. See why this brahmacharya practice, ability to master your hormones and chemicals. The most powerful chemistry happening in you is your hormonal gush, means the male or female hormonal gush. If you can stand that with your will persistence, you can handle any chemistry in your system, any chemical changes or hormonal changes. A brahmachari can produce any chemicals he needs inside his body. He has achieved that mastery. That is the reason his father blesses him. Let you become Icha Mrityu. Even if Santanu has not given the boon, Bhishma would have lived as long as he wants. Because of the power of brahmacharya. With Santanu's blessing, it is now sealed boon, power. Understand? If you remove the effect of yama, time on you, you can exist forever in that space. If you want to be in oneness forever, it should become part of your space, means you should become ferocious with you and break this very tiredness and boredom. Tiredness and boredom does not get broken by cute romance. Puppy, puppy. Oh, cutie pea. Cutie pea, puppy, all will get only pea. Only when you deal you with the ferociousness, you break the tiredness and boredom. With that ferociousness, you need to digest oneness. With that ferociousness, you need to make oneness as your space. This is the first lesson for all the Mahasadashivoham participants and Sadashivoham participants, inner awakening participants, or anybody who wants to manifest powers. Power manifestation happens from the space of oneness, and oneness becomes your space, source, only when you decide to manifest it ferociously. Anything stands as an imagination in the length level, visualization in the breadth level, declaration in the depth level. If you open your time with ferociousness, it just sinks into space level. Time dimension does not get opened by any technique, practice, QTP level. Time opens and lets the visual imagination, visualization, declaration become part of your space only by ferociousness. The more and more you declare Sadashivoham and manifest what you want in your life out of this declaration, the more and more you become part of his secret life. Just by the power of declaration of Sadashivoham, make the body as you want. Just by the power of declaration of Sadashivoham, make the mind as you want. Just by the power of declaration of Sadashivoham, make the life as you want. The more and more you declare and manifest your life as you want, you become part of his secret life. He reveals the most secret of the secrets out of which the cosmos functions. Life functions through you. Declare with all your will Sadashivoham and manifest what you want in your life. If I am Sadashiva, this is the way I want my life, let me manifest it. Then suddenly you will see the secret, how things manifest, why they manifest, when not, why they do, why they don't, starts getting revealed in you. You become part of his secret life. Only if you declare and start manifesting it without blaming anybody, without putting the responsibility on somebody, when you start, you become part of his secret life. The secrets through which the cosmos functions is revealed to you. When you understand why he does what he does, you just fall in love with him to the extreme and feel the oneness with him. I know why he does what he does. That is why I am so complete with him. I am so one with him. If I am given his space, I'll exactly do what he is doing. If I am given his space, I will do exactly what he is doing. The moment I realized I was given his place and space, This is Mahadeva Rahasya. The moment you have a seeking, you are authorized to declare Sadashivoham and manifest oneness and all the experiences, powers of that oneness with Sadashiva. Start manifesting it. Your declaration is powerful enough, and Sadashiva is waiting to fulfill it, waiting to manifest through you. Do it. Now you understand why I gave those examples and made you do the homework? Taharakasha. Along with the power manifestation, I am programming this whole thing inside you as a powerful cognition. See, goal is actually you manifesting powerful cognitions only. Power manifestation is to inspire you to manifest powerful cognitions. And it is not that it is something wrong. And Mahadeva, such amazing software developer, his whole system is only to the level of enlightenment you will manifest powers. Because it is from there he is making you manifest. See, in the Yoga Vedanta Sampradaya, towards enlightenment you manifest powers. But here, from the grounding of enlightenment you manifest powers. So the whole software Shaktipada is different. If you go to a guru who says, hey, it is from established groundedness of Sadashivatva, the powers manifest. Understand? When you become Shiva, Shakti manifests in you. That's all. When you listen to this truth and manifest powers, this is your Shaktipada and this is your reality. So you need to be very clear from where you are getting Shaktipada. Even though there is no independent individual energy exists, you have soul only when you manifest powers. Now that is what is the conclusion. Now let's come to the point, what is will persistence and what is will? Listen. Will is not astra, it is shastra. I'll explain these two concepts. Astra means a weapon loaded, pre-planned, pre-programmed and operated. Shastra means power is generated and immediately released, is Shastra. Will cannot be programmed earlier and kept and used. No. Now you generate and you release. The good news is, does not need training. Will. To manifest will persistence. Understand, Mahadeva very clearly says, state, space, manifestation, all the three does not need pre-training, because it is fundamentally based on the space. Will power, will persistence is enough. Means you deciding now, from now what I want to do only matters. Till now what I have done does not matter. Womanizer, Arunagirinathar, not Arunagiri Yogeshwarar, Arunagirinathar, who lived in Tiruvannamalai, he gets KAILΑSA Padavi. Conclusion of these truths I am sharing with you, you do not need pre-training for power manifestation. I have option either to cognize with my own capacity. I have one more option till I cognize, because he cognized and he will do only good to me. I am deciding to vote for him and cognize this. With this strength, let me start acting out what I am supposed to act out from this cognition is initiation. How many of you are getting? That is what is Shaktipada. See, life is rhythmic continuum. You can realize only if you die 3 times and see. See, this life is continuous rhythm. Once you manifest the powers associated with that understanding, that powerful cognitions, then your self-doubt, all that doesn't matter. Your being cognizes, hey, this is the truth. Your being just grasps. Your logic do not know, but your being acts it out is what is falling in love. You will fall in love with these higher cognitions. Nothing can be done. You just know this is the way you are going to be. You will not bother about anything else. How many of you are catching what I am saying? That falling in love with higher cognitions. An acharya should be authoritative enough, authentic enough to present this proposal and make the ball roll. Because now you are going to get into the virtuous circle. One higher cognition, one power manifestation, then because of that more trust on the more higher cognition, and more trust means more power manifestation. That's virtuous circle. Whatever powerfulness is invoked in you, that evolves as moksha. Your inner space should be hit with the idea life is continuous rhythm. Understand? Hit your takara akasha with understanding life is continuous rhythm, powers will start manifesting. See, I tell you, all your thoughts either manifest powerlessness or power. It cannot just be dead. No. It cannot be your retired mother-in-law. Mother-in-law, even retired, cannot keep quiet. Indian mother-in-laws especially. Indian mother-in-law cannot keep quiet even after retirement. Any thought invoked or provoked in you cannot keep quiet. It has to generate powerfulness or powerlessness. Hitting your inner space powerfully with the sacred truth, life is continuous rhythm. Akanda means unbroken. Kanda means broken. Akanda means unbroken. You may think, how can power manifest if I just think life is continuous rhythm? It will manifest because I am telling you to do that. Because you never understood power of your will. You always have been clouded. Its effect on you. When you declare life is continuous rhythm, fundamentally what happens, suddenly your gear is shifted to consciousness. If you are a body, life cannot be continuous rhythm. If life is continuous rhythm, then who you are? Consciousness. That is when it hits your inner space and makes you manifest powers and powerful cognitions. Understand, when you are generating a will, if you remember your consciousness, that will becomes reality. Mama sangalpam Shiva sangalpamastu. Let my will become Sadashiva's will. When it will become? If you are consciousness. You may think all this can happen just by thinking. Life is continuous rhythm, shifts your existence from body, mind to consciousness. So from that moment, before any clouding starts in you, the will you generate starts manifesting powers. How many of you are catching what I am saying? See, if again cloud comes and you remember your body, your mind, and your husband, your wife, your man, you are this, you are that, then all mama sangalpam, kada sangalpam astu. The idea of not enough pulls you out of your conscious space. You cannot do anything directly about that. Forget about it. But from conscious gear, when you declare some will persistence and manifest powers, your inner space starts enjoying and romancing with that idea, your consciousness. See, my only job is I need to create a cherished romance inside you about your conscious existence or conscious part of you. That's all is my job. Are you all getting? See, you have a lot of cherished romance about you existing as your body, you existing as your mind. I need to generate and make you cherish the romance of you existing as consciousness. This whole power manifestation drama is that's all, nothing else. Generating romance and letting you cherish with the idea your consciousness, your Mahadeva, your Sadashiva. When I say conscious, you can use the word super conscious and super conscious or whatever. How many are feeling this? Life is continuous rhythm is a very powerful way of ironing out your whole inner space. From the various angles, I am trying to iron it out.
Nithyanandam, this sums up the essence of the whole experience. What is power manifestation, the logic of power manifestation, how we can manifest powers. And today we also learned about the science of leadership consciousness. This brings us all to the conclusion of our day today, the 20th day of Paramashivoham. And we thank all the participants for your sincere participation in the last 20 days. And tomorrow we are entering the 21st day of the program. So many of you from all parts of the world have been here sincerely sitting throughout. And it is very, very beautiful to see each of your sincerity, your commitment to experiencing enlightenment, experiencing Paramashivoham. This brings us all to the conclusion of our day today. And most importantly, tomorrow is a very, very special day. Tomorrow, on the 21st day of Paramashivoham, we'll all be having darshan at 9:30 a.m. in the morning. It will be the very first session. So please be on time. Please join by 7 a.m. New York time. Please be here by 7 a.m. New York time. 9:30 a.m. is the darshan, so do not miss. Please be here by 7 a.m. New York time to experience this auspicious darshan and the Pattabhishekam, the coronation. It's a very, very grand and beautiful celebration. Do not miss. Join tomorrow. We'll be having the darshan at 9:30 a.m. New York time. So this brings us all to the conclusion of our day today. And let us all end our day by offering our gratitude to the lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you all, Nithyanandam.